introducing members of the committee who are here. Vice Chair Vicki Dan Burgess to my left, President Susan Albright is to my right. Allison Weir, who I know very well, is next. Councilor at Large from Ward 1. And Pam Wright at the forward end of the table, Councilor at Large from Ward 3. As usual, we are joined by our committee clerk, Jacqueline Norton, and staff are in the room. Brian Heath, Director, Jen Pyra, Associate Director, and Zachary Lamel, Chief of Long-Range Planning. Online, I know we are going to be joined, we are joined by Councilor Holly Ryan tonight online, and I am not seeing Mr. Cranston. Okay, and we were just joined in the room as well by Councilor Lyle Baker, Ward Councilor from Ward 7. So online, we are also joined by Councilors Tariq Lucas, Lenny Gentile, Alicia Bowman, Mark Laredo, and that's who I see and Maria Greenberg. That's who I see so far. Mr. Kelly Brown, are you here and would you like to introduce your committee? Or if someone else from the planning board is here, would you like to introduce
this is
yourself?
Kevin McCormick.
Good.
So I can introduce the committee. It's Peter Dorringer is here and Amy Dean. I believe that's all.
Okay, thanks very much, and we really appreciate the letter you all. So your work is done, right? You put a letter in the packet this week with your recommendation for approval, along with some good advice. So I hope that everybody will read the 2-page letter of recommendation with the good advice. And we are also joined by Andrew Lee from the Law Department. So with all of that, I'm going to introduce our first item. Before we take up zoning, we have one other item. Okay.
Yep.
So item 276-23 is, I'm just going to read the summary. CPC recommendation to appropriate $1,967,119 in CPA funding. This is the annual recommended appropriation that the council needs to approve. And Eliza Data is here from the Community Preservation Committee. And Houston is here from the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, as is Peter Sargent, also from the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. Sorry if I miss anyone, but who is, I think Director Heath, are you going to begin?
I think Eliza is prepared to make the CPC presentation, and I know Ann and Peter are here as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Dada.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And I think we have a presentation. Oh, great. There it is. Okay. So good evening, Councilor Crossley and members of the committee. My name is Eliza Dada. I'm presenting tonight on behalf of the Community Preservation Committee, where I'm the mayor's appointee for housing and am currently serving as chair. I'm joined tonight by Ann Houston and Peter Sargent, representing the Affordable Housing Trust. And we know that SAP has a very full agenda tonight, so we will try to be as efficient as possible with your time. So we are here to present, or I am here to present the CPC's recommendation to allocate FY24 CPA funds to the Housing Trust. We have a brief presentation here. If we could go to the next slide, please. So just by way of some background, which I'm sure many members of ZAP are familiar with, the trust was established by the City Council at the end of 2021. The group was up and running by the middle of 22, and over the past year, they've developed program guidelines and an application process, and they are now open for business, accepting applications. And Ann and Peter will be able to share more detail on that. During the early discussions about setting up the trust, the CPC agreed that it would allocate its annual target for housing funds, which is 35%, to the trust so that they could allocate those funds to future housing projects. If we could go to the next slide, please. Right, so that's just capturing the request that is in front of you today. We made our first allocation to the trust back in '23, and then over the summer, the trust submitted its application for FY 2024 funds, and that is the funding request that the CPC is recommending. If we could go to the next slide. The total amount of the request is $1.967 million. That represents 35% of the CPC's FY '24 budget. This slide shows which CPA funding accounts those dollars would come from. So a portion from our community housing account, and then the balance from the unrestricted funding account. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the trust, and you can hear a little bit more from Anne and Peter on these details, but they are currently accepting applications, and they'll be reviewing those at their regularly scheduled bi-monthly meetings. So I think that that was the CPC's portion of the presentation. We are happy to open things up for any questions, either for me at the CPC or for Anne and Peter at the trust, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Would members of the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust like to add anything before questions?
There.
Say no.
This is hi, I'm Ann Houston, having a little trouble with my mouse tonight. I'm the chair of the Affordable Housing Trust, joined here with by Peter Sargent, who's the vice chair. And thank you for entertaining this request this evening, and Eliza, thank you to the CPC. So we, I think Eliza went through much of the work we've done this year. In addition, we've been meeting with a few prospective developers, and I think and have reviewed one application from Warren House. And we actually reviewed that application in conjunction with the CPC, who had an application for historic preservation from Warren House. Both of the committees asked NCDF to go back and explore potential sources of leverage and then return to us. And so they are a potential future applicant as well. We have a number of prospective funding applications that we're including a few that we anticipate in the next couple of months. And they're very exciting, but add up to far more money than we'll ever have. So we're working hard to be very good stewards of the city's resources and to contribute to the housing goals that we've set as the city. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from members of the committee? Councilor Baker.
One is really a question that doesn't go to the work you're doing, but maybe others can answer, and then I have a question for the work you're doing. In terms of the community preservation funds, I wasn't quite clear of how much money is still left in the community preservation reserves for other uses. This is it's got the unanimous recommendation of the CPC committee, which carries a lot of weight with me, but I wasn't quite clear from the memo how much money is left. Maybe I misunderstood it, but so that's, if there's some way to clarify that so that there are other uses, historic preservation, open space, recreation, which obviously have a good deal of interest from a lot of people. It would be helpful to know that. And then in terms of the work that the trust is actually doing, and I think one of the values of having the trust that persuaded me to support it was the ability to move quickly rather than to undergo a process which one of the CPC, I think, has really worked very hard to be efficient in use of its time. It does take time to get through the CPC and then come to the city council for approval, and that was the argument that you all could be more, I think the phrase was nimble, although it's hard to imagine. Nimble is really the right adjective here. But I guess the question is, when you're looking and entertaining projects, I think some early conversation with members of the council who may be councilors from the wards affected would be an important opportunity to get some input as part of that process. You're not formally like a CPC in the same category, but I do think that I would be interested to know what is your process for involving councilors, at least on an informational basis. Obviously, the council has no authority to approve anything, but I think it's important to at least keep members of the council advised. So those are my two questions.
Before somebody might try to answer that question, I believe we're supposed to be joined by Laura Kreitzer, who might have the information about other sources of funds and what's in reserves. As we heard, this allocation is 35% of the expected monies for this year, but there is still money in reserves, correct?
That's correct, yes. And we have Molly Hutchins here, who's our new staff member to the CPC. Molly, do you have, I know Laura provided that finances at a glance page. I have it if you don't, but if you had it handy.
Maybe we'll wait until Laura can come.
Laura's in finance right now on another item, I guess.
Yeah.
Joining right now.
Oh, she's joining right now, so we'll wait for just a second. The second question, Councilor Baker, can I summarize it as, is it asking for more information about the work of the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust and what they're looking to accomplish in terms of being nimble? The market, there isn't much going on in the market right now, but I'm not sure if I can summarize your question.
That's a valiant attempt, but let me just summarize it a
Please.
little differently, which is if and when you get to using your nimble capacity to help a developer proceed, I think it's important to involve councilors from the affected ward early on in the conversation. That's not a formal requirement, but again, I would like to know your process for doing it. Is that?
Okay, it's a process question, of course.
Occasionally.
Ms.
I-
Data or Ms. Houston?
Happy to try and answer it. I just wanted to see if, I see Councilor Bowman, who's a member of the trust, has her hand up, and I wasn't sure whether she wanted to try to take a stab, and then I'm happy to give you my answer.
Thank you,
Do
please.
you want to answer that, Councilor Bowman, or did you have another question?
No, I actually, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I hear and sort of maybe understand what Councilor Baker is asking for, but certainly the last thing we want to do in this process is to bog it down with more levels of review, which is the reason that the trust is set up the way the trust is set up. This information.
Oh, dear.
Technology is great, except it doesn't always work.
Is that at her end?
Well, she's getting unfrozen. Let me say, I'm not interested in bogging anything down. I'm just information.
Is published and maybe could be our ability
Councilor Bowman?
to fund good projects.
Councilor Bowman, you froze for about a minute.
And I just want to clarify, I'm not interested in bogging down with additional process. It's just information to
Right.
members of the council, that's all.
So
Okay,
maybe that's
thank you.
something
I don't want the process bogged down.
Maybe that's something that people can discuss. I don't think Councilor Baker was asking for a level of review, just notification
that's
about
right.
projects that are maybe in the queue.
That's correct.
So, Councilor Baker, thank you. I actually think that that's a really useful reminder for me. So there's two pieces. I think as soon as we have a formal interaction with a prospective developer, I'm going to keep that in mind as a step that we need to do. When we've had very informal early talks, which is what we've had with a couple of developers, one of the major things we've done is try to encourage them to talk with the appropriate people within the city, including their city councilors. So, I think that we will just make sure that part of our process is, as we're getting an application, that we've touched base with the counselors from that ward, the affected wards, and others and we really look to city staff to help guide us in this process as well. Does that answer your question?
No, that's helpful. I think that in the special permit process, we've tried to try and have early conversations so that people are understanding what the issues are and can be helpful to the applicant as well as to the reviewing agency. So I
I
appreciate
think that's right. I think that's always really good, wise policy.
Okay, thank you. And the financing, I assume Ms. Kreitzer can answer at some point, but I yield to others.
She's here now.
Madam Chair.
She's here now. Ms. Kreitzer?
Yeah,
Oh,
Laura,
there you
if
are.
if you could
Ms.
share the
Ms. Kreitzer, you
finances oops, sorry, Counselor.
Ms. Kreitzer, can you unmute? We're asked, the question was from Counselor Baker. We understand that this is 35% of the current year's take for the community preservation funds, but what's remaining in reserves approximately?
So right now, we will have about $7 million remaining in the CPA fund.
And that's not committed to bonding or other purposes, right?
That is after taking out so right now,
Can you mute everybody?
okay, so right now we have $7,109,962 that is uncommitted. That is after we take out the payment to Webster Woods. That is after we take out the money for this project, for the Housing Authority, and after we take out the admin funds.
Okay, thank you.
We do have some other applications coming in or, expected that may come in and come through this year, but that is what we have right now to use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kreitzer. How about you, but that was incredibly grotesque. I'm just appalled. And I'm sorry, I just have to say something. Okay, folks, this item before us is sort of what we discuss doing every
Yes.
year, and I will need a motion to approve it. Does anyone have any other questions about the amount, the purpose, the use? When we do want to be checking in with the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust periodically to understand what they see going on in the community, what they see the opportunities might be, for sure. And I think given the state of things, it's probably early in the game. It's only been a year since they established, and the construction industry is bonkers. That's a technical term. Councilor Leary?
I wondered what the architects called it.
I think it is early in the game. I don't have too many questions right now, but I would, when time is right, I would like to make a motion to approve. So I'm making it.
Okay.
Excited it's gonna-
All right,
Time is right.
No problem.
Thank you, everyone. We have a motion to approve on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? That is unanimous, which tonight is 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
Mr. Kretzmann is yes, he's away apparently this week.
Who's gonna move home? I mean,
All right, folks, thanks for joining us.
When there's a process question, we're not here.
Good luck to everyone. You're welcome to stay, but of course, as you know, that is
We'll be
not a
here for hours.
requirement. Yes, we're gonna be here, I don't know, I'm gonna guess 9:30, 10 o'clock, whatever. Okay, folks, as usual, maybe for the last time in this committee and before we send it off to full council, we have item 38-22. Request for discussion and amendments to the zoning ordinance and zoning map regarding village center districts. And we have item 39-22, requesting discussion on state guidance for implementing the Housing Choice Act. Just because we're always thinking about that as we have item 38-22. Thank you, everyone, for submitting your amendments through the clerk's office for the Friday packet so we could all see them. Did everyone on their way in pick up one of these, which is a list of all of your amendments organized by Mr. Lamel, thank you very much, so that it will be much easier, I think, to go through them. And we can simply attach this, I guess, to the agenda, to the report. So, what I'd like to do tonight is really take these up roughly in the order that they're here, with one exception. I'd like to wait for Mr. Oliver to get out of finance before taking up the no-nantum items. But we have a ways to go, so.
Before we start, can I
Yes.
just report, the department, Mr. Lamel, had left the committee with the question of some amendments that were proposed by various architects. Remember the last meeting, and Mr. Lamel responded with an analysis that basically indicated either as a matter of policy or as a matter of prior decision-making, that they didn't feel that any of them rose to the level of something the department would recommend.
Okay.
So in that light of that, I'm not going to move any of those tonight. I just wanted to know,
Okay.
that people know that that process did go on and he did respond, so.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I'm in the know, but it's great that you put it on the record. Thank you. Thank you. So, glasses. So, Councilor Baker, the first item is yours. And you have a request to add into the mix one parking space for each 1,000 square feet of commercial space and one space for every 8 employees, which you note is the same as was just passed for breweries, and you want it waived by special permit. Now, I wanted to just say one thing though before, because if we do this, I just want everybody to be aware that what happens is we can't, if it's first floor commercial uses that we're requiring, where we're requiring them, we will then not be allowed to count the units above in our MBTA communities.
I understand that, my concern is where we do have commercial uses, that is a special category. I understand the committee has really made a very strong majority decision in favor of not requiring parking for residential in the VC district. And I wasn't trying to revisit that in this committee. I still have some misgivings about that as a general policy. But at least it seemed to me we had not really focused clearly on the question of what to do about the commercial components of these projects and how to deal with them. And the number that I gave in my amendment is really drawn from our most recent council decision. It's nothing, the department may have different views on what's an appropriate number in the context. This is a way to get the game started. And when I mentioned about waivable by special permit, I think our parking waiver provision still persists regardless of whether the overlay applies or not. So that's nothing new. That's just to point out that we always have that opportunity. That's not something that's being added by this code. So the real question is, should we require anything for the commercial uses in the village center districts that appear as a result of the process that we set in place if we pass this ordinance as proposed? So if you end up with a commercial use, should you be required to provide parking? That's the policy question. Whether the number is right and the index of employees is the correct one I'm open to discussion, but it seemed to me we ought to at least consider that and decide about that explicitly.
I'm sorry, I just got a little confused, so it's probably just me. But are you suggesting that you would do this outside of the priority streets, or that you're not concerned about the priority streets not being able to count the units above?
No,
I'm sorry if I
I'm
didn't
just
follow
looking
that.
at, the priority streets, as I understand it, are, first were set aside and couldn't be used. Now, with the change in calculus, they can be used,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
But I'm not clear that if they are used, that we can't require parking in that context,
That's correct.
right?
We can't.
We can or cannot?
We cannot,
We cannot.
according to the state guidelines.
I'm sorry, so
That's
that's
what I was
what
trying to say, I probably wasn't
Okay,
clear,
no,
so then I got
and I'm not
confused.
clear either.
You
So
can say those out.
let's back up for a minute and just say, what can we require parking if we wanted to, without conflicting with the state guidelines in the village center does now? This is, remember, we have village center, which counts for the MBTA, and then we have village center that's going on elsewhere that doesn't count to the MBTA. So part of the difficulty is trying to make sure we understand where we can act and where we can't. I'm assuming that from what you just said, that if there were a priority street within a particular part of the village district that counts for MBTA communities, we can impose a parking requirement even if it's commercial. Is that correct?
We cannot, if we want to count the units.
If we want to count the units. All right.
So,
So that's a choice we could make and say we're willing to take those units out for if we don't need them for that purpose. But we don't know the total amount of that.
It's about 2,000 units.
That would, in the priority streets? Okay.
just in the MBTA
And just
compliant
in the MBTA
villages.
compliant.
Correct.
All right.
So unless you added or upzoned, it would drop us below our required unit
Okay.
capacity.
So let's, for purposes of conversation, just clarify that. If you took those out and left those alone for the reasons that you've indicated because you couldn't count them, there's still areas of the city that are part of the village district where there could be commercial, as I understand, it, right? And so the question is it appropriate in those situations to have a parking requirement because there's no penalty in effect for doing it?
Well, I don't,
That's a conversation we have, but I'm just
We've
trying
had
to.
it
Depends
many
on-
times.
No, I'm thinking about
Okay,
commercial,
let's-
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So, can I call on staff first?
Sure.
So-
Just briefly, it depends on your definition of penalty. I would say it penalizes the business greatly if they have a parking requirement and the same business in an MBTA district doesn't have a parking requirement. It's an unfair advantage.
Yeah, what we see and hear all the time is that, and we've talked about this a bit in prior meetings, is the parking requirement really can deter new businesses coming in as well as businesses expanding or growing. So because the parking requirements have no relation to whether parking has ever existed on site, they're only based on the difference between the new use and the prior use. So anytime a retail space goes to a restaurant in one of these older buildings in village centers, a new parking requirement is imposed. If that restaurant wants to add seats or employees, an additional parking requirement. We hear of plenty of businesses deciding to go elsewhere once they hear of the time frame in order to try and get a waiver. The other thing we've talked about through this process is that parking is one of the big incentives for adaptive reuse. So one of the reasons why it's often difficult or we see trouble reusing existing buildings is once you start changing uses, or if you're a church and you're now moving to non-religious Dover protected uses, all of the zoning and parking requirements kick in, and that's often a deterrent to moving forward. So not applying parking requirements to commercial uses actually helps encourage businesses, makes it easier for them to adapt over time, for new businesses to come in, and for existing buildings to be reused.
Well, I understand all that. I guess my concern is that they all involve the use of vehicles. And part of the challenge is that they're also competing with the regional shopping areas, which provide parking and do have that access. And I think that part of what I'm concerned about is the collateral impacts. Obviously, if you don't have to spend money on parking, it's great. You're a business and you say, I don't have to do that. But what we're trying to do in the zoning process, as I understand it, is also protect the community interest at the same time. We can argue about what that means, but it seems to me that's why parking requirements are valuable in not, maybe our current parking requirements, as you pointed out, are not optimal. That doesn't mean that they're suboptimal in all cases. That's what I'm trying to get at.
And so new construction's likely to add parking, like Trio, Austin Street, add parking for commercial uses. Where it's really impactful is existing buildings. So picture some of the buildings in any of the village centers, say Newton Center, buildings on Union Street that have none or like one parking space. Imposing a parking requirement does not create parking. It creates the requirement to go through a waiver process. We are not going to create parking for existing buildings unless we start tearing down existing buildings or portions of those buildings. So it's not changing that dynamic. It's not adding parking to the village center unless you're talking new construction. And that's likely to make the calculation that they may want some parking. We also don't necessarily want people driving and just parking at an individual business. For the vitality of the village centers and the health of all the businesses, what's ideal is that someone parks in public parking and visits multiple buildings. Right now, if you have parking on site, it is just for that building, just for that use. So we don't want someone to, drive to CVS, then drive to the restaurant, then drive to the store over here and just start driving all around the village center and parking at each individual store they're going to. We like to see them park. There's certainly more to be done around the management of public parking, but what we would like to see them do, and what we've heard from businesses as well, is park once on the street in a city lot and be able to visit multiple businesses along the way.
Well, I think that's a shopping center model, but I'm not sure it's consistent with what citizens actually do in these centers. They can, but it's not automatic. I guess my concern is you've expressed the reason that if it's an existing building and it's changing the use, they're not going to provide any more parking. But part of the concerns we've had in our zoning code originally had these kind of provisions is that some uses are far more intensive in the use of parking resources than others, obviously. And so I guess my question is, if you were to say, okay, what about new construction? If you tear a building down, you're not, is that a situation where a parking requirement would still be appropriate?
So our perspective is, and has been all along, that it's a minimum requirement is not best practice. That allowing that particular landowner to determine what is the right number of spaces and what makes sense for their business is the best practice. So our perspective, even if it is new construction, is to not require parking. So that we get the right ratio. We're not paving more space than we need, that some of that space could be open space or go to housing, and that we're not creating a situation where we're causing more traffic because that parking is just going to be for those uses. If someone builds parking for their commercial uses, they're not going to say, everyone come on in and use this parking lot. They're going to say, this is for my businesses. And then people are driving there and parking there, and then we're driving to somewhere else in the village as well. Some of that's going to happen, but we want to create the ability to have people just park once.
Okay, I understand the perspective. Let me just finish out by saying that that's what happens currently in our villages. People go to different uses and they drive around and they park, and I think that candidly is part of what people have said they like about those villages. Now, maybe other people dislike that and would prefer an alternative, and that's a committee conversation. But I'm not going to. So I appreciate the response to the department, and others should weigh in.
Okay, I have. First of all, we have some Zoom bombers continually trying to come in. I will nonetheless make an announcement that we are not entertaining comments from the public this evening. This is not a public hearing, just in case any of those hands that went up confused any member of the public. We do have Andrew Lee who would like to speak. I would like Andrew to be able to speak, and then I'm going to call on President Albright and then Counselor Wright. And then-
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just heard Councilor Baker, if I heard you correctly, Councilor Baker, that there was some suggestion of potentially having different parking requirements depending on whether or not the district is within the MBTA zoning proximity or not. Is that correct?
That was the thrust of the inquiry, because penalty is the wrong word, but if it's in the district, as I understand it, it can't count towards our total. And so that's if we wanted to make it uniform, we could do it, but then we would be taking some of our units out of account. So it's not a legal problem, it's a policy choice, it seems to me. But if you wanted to sort of say, okay, let's save those and look at the others, can we do that? No.
No.
And it's really that second question, Councilor Baker, that I wanted to speak to, and you touched upon it with the uniformity requirement under Chapter 48. I just wanted to make sure that everyone's on the same page, that if it's the same district, VC2, MRT, whatever it might be, that you can't have a different parking requirement for the same use within the district just because it would count towards MBTA zoning or not. If it's in the same district, it has to be treated the same in terms of what the parking requirement would be for whatever the same use is.
Even if you have a different place for it, I mean, okay.
That's correct, if it's the same district.
All right.
Okay, so does everybody understand that?
Yes.
Okay. President Albright, then Counselor Wright, then Leary.
Well, I'm not sure that much more needs to be said about it, but I'll just quickly say what I'm about to say is absolutely no diss to the Land Use Committee, because I know their process runs very quickly and very smoothly. But it does take a long time for an applicant of business to come into a special permit process, which starts with their DRT and goes through whatever process it takes. Plus, it takes the money that they all do to hire a traffic consultant who goes out and counts cars on the street and counts cars on the parking lot, and then, 4 times a week or something, and Saturdays, and they come in with a very expensive report. And the Land Use Committee, by and large, always waives the parking requirements. So you're asking these people to spend a lot of money to do something, a lot of time and a lot of money to do something, which is always waived at the other end. So it doesn't bear any fruit, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor Wright, then Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a different perspective on that. I understand not counting it because our numbers are gonna go down, and otherwise we need to upzone other areas or increase MRT further along. Could we require, as part of the documents, some type of their parking plan, not a full out one, but they estimate this amount and this is what they're gonna do, and that's one way we can monitor what's going in, where we require no parking, but yet they're putting in 40 spots or whatever, and see how that, over time with how much we have public parking, because some villages don't have public parking. I don't think Woburn does. And, West Newton is very limited. Pardon?
The street parking.
Metered parking.
Street, yeah. But it's very limited in some areas. And Newtonville, as soon as Star Market stops letting all those people, that's 60 cars in that parking lot, it'll become
Over Austin Street and pay the city to park.
Yeah, but then you have the senior center and things like that. I worry about being issues there. But can we require that as part of our documents and on basic level, so we can see, they think they only need 40 parking spots or whatever, and we just monitor it, because as you've said before, is we want to monitor all these buildings, and this is one thing we could monitor.
I think monitoring is important. I think maybe a better way to get at that is just to monitor public parking in the villages, because how do we know they could come in with a plan that says we think we need X number of spaces and this is where we think they're going to park. It's really hard to do that at sort of the village scale, because they don't know where their patrons are parking, right? So there's no way for us to say, oh, well, there's this many cars in the Austin Street parking lot that are going to this new business. There's this many that are going to that other business. So I think it's better just to, because I think there are things we can do to better manage public parking, street parking and public lots. But monitoring should be more, how is that working? Is there generally available parking? Is there, how many spaces are available at different times a day?
I think
But I think putting it on the business owner is making it, again, adding hurdles to new businesses coming in.
Hold
Well,
on
it's
just a
not-
minute if I could, because I feel like we're getting off track here. We shouldn't be talking about developing parking plans. Parking plans don't belong in the ordinance, right? I think we're all very committed to intensive monitoring once this gets implemented. But there's no way you put in an ordinance either a parking plan or an intention to build a parking plan. It has to be something that we're committed to doing. That's just my opinion, but I'm thinking I want to stay on track here and focus on the amendments themselves. So,
Well, this is kind of going away as, okay, I won't support the parking for the VC, but if we could do this instead, that would be helpful.
what is this instead?
I just don't think we would get useful data from it. You're asking a business owner before they come in to predict how many spaces they're gonna need and where those people are gonna park. We don't have a way to then verify that information. Unless we're standing at the door and stopping people as they come in, asking them where they parked. I think monitoring is a good idea. I think it just needs to be done more at the village level, of looking at available street and public parking.
I'm not looking at monitoring them per se, but if they come in with a plan and saying, oh, we're probably gonna need 40 spots, we're gonna provide 10 on our property, the other is gonna be the rest, and let things go. But once we come up where there's not enough parking and it becomes really difficult, as you go back and look at these what they proposed, and, do we need to do something different?
Yeah, and I think we can still, I'm just saying, I think we can still get there, right? Because we're still gonna know, looking back, what the various uses are, and those are gonna change over time in these buildings, and how many parking spaces, if any, they provided on site, and how parking in the village is working in general. So I think we can still do all of that without adding an extra report or analysis that needs to be part of their submittal.
So I don't sense overwhelming support for this amendment.
No.
You're guessing correctly, Councilor Baker.
And it's, Councilor Leary would like to speak,
I
but
thought that Councilor Wright was coming along with the whole idea that I like is that we let the market decide on how much parking a business needs. Because that's really what we're talking about. We're not saying, we're deciding that maybe the city isn't so good at deciding how many parking spaces each business. And we have pretty good proof that that is the case. I won't repeat all the excellent comments the planning department has already made, but what stuck with me really was that none of the businesses in Nonanton would exist if we required parking. And we heard loud and clear from our consultant that parking requirements kill local businesses, kill restaurants, and create a barrier for them doing business in the city of Newton. And I'm not willing to put that barrier in place.
okay. There is a hand online. I do want to suggest to folks that we're on the first of a long list of proposed amendments. I hope it gets shorter as we go along. Councilor Downs? Councilor Downs, are you wanting to speak?
Needs to be unmuted.
Oh, can you not unmute her?
You have to ask them. You can't ever.
Oh, maybe I see. Maybe she's away from her desk.
Sorry, I got muted again. After unmuting, I was muted again.
Okay.
Just since Woburn came up, Woburn does not have a parking problem. We have plenty of on-street parking, and we have instead seen businesses not open or businesses pave over open space, green space, lawn space in order to meet our parking requirements. So I urge you not to pass this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Baker, would you like to for us a vote?
I'm still, no, I won't test it with a vote because I'm not, I can count in my head anyway. But I think.
So you are withdrawing this?
I'll withdraw it at this point. I'm
Okay.
concerned about it as a general policy of the ordinance, but that's for purposes of moving
understand.
forward.
It's a tough puzzle too, because, I think we learned very clearly, there's a uniformity requirement in chapter 40A
Yeah.
that says if we
No, I
design a
understand
district.
that, and I appreciate the law department reminding us of that. Because you'd have to create essentially a VCA and VC2A and 2B in order to do this, which I think is more complex and we need to go.
Thank you. So thank you for withdrawing the item. Councilor Wright, you have a parking item, actually, you have one where you're proposing to add a half a parking space minimum per residential unit in the VC zones. Seeing this, I asked planning to come in with numbers from the sensitivity analysis, because I think we had already looked at this. Can you tell us how many units that knocks out in the MBTA?
It takes us from about 7,300 down to 6,000, a little less than 6,000.
Before you add back the
2,000.
The other 2,000.
And then you add back the other 2,000.
So you're about 8,000. Okay, so it knocks out, what did you say?
So
1,300.
1,300 units? Okay. All right, knocks out 1,300 units. Councilor Wright?
So to help with the 1,300, we could put back what we took off on Route 9 of VC1 and make that MRT. So that'll bring up some units, maybe 100 or 200 units. But my reasoning here for a half parking minimum, and this is one thing that I hear from a lot of residents, is that they worry about the no parking. And if we take a look at Trio and Austin Street, they range from 0.75 to about 1 or 0.9 parking spots per unit. So going below that, I think this is less than what they need, and I think that is something that would make more people, more residents comfortable with what we're proposing.
You might be right, but we already did vote an item like this, so we can vote it again.
I think, was it just for the VC or was it everywhere?
I think there were several items. One was for the VC zones. I don't know if we used one or a half, but we can vote it right now.
Yeah, I think it was for 1, and so that I was willing to go down to half.
So I think, so we put out a version, let me just run this by to make sure we're cool here. We put out a version 3 map that did not include those MRT zones expanding further one way and another way down Route 9. I remember talking about this at our last meeting because we talked about not wanting to put more housing further away from the T stops, but that's okay. I just want to, so 1,300 units go away if we were to adopt this. 1,300 units go away in the village center, MBTA compliant district alone. And of course, we know that's just a compliance formula, but that's the formula we have to meet. So
Does that put us below or not?
it does with a few
Yeah,
hundred
but if
units.
we add back the
It does put us
MRT.
below and it gives us no other flexibility, so.
Okay, that'd be more than 1,300.
Yeah.
Oh, just a second.
Sorry.
Well, I would say, so there's 2 portions that we would be submitting to be compliant with the MBTA communities. There's the district, there's the areas that are in village centers near transit. And then there's the mixed-use priority streets. Those are 2 separate areas. We only ran the sensitivity analysis for the former, not for the mixed-use priority streets. So that 2,000 unit number would also go down. I don't know how much, but it would go down.
The sensitivity analysis generally, from the time you started doing it, seemed to cut out about 1/3 of the units or 30% of the units, approximately.
I mean, nothing is insurmountable. We can solve all of these problems, but I mean, from a policy decision, again,
Right.
this has been discussed. I think it's probably a good thing Councilor Klinsman isn't here. So
Let's talk about traffic and parking. Okay, President Albright.
So I have a question for the planning department, because this is gonna apply to a lot of these things. We're assuming that the market is gonna provide parking. So the monitoring of this is gonna be extremely important. And I'm wondering how quickly And how efficiently will you give us feedback on the things that are coming in? And if they're coming in, there'll be a range of things that we're wanting to know. One of them is gonna be, are they planning parking on these projects or not? And how many spaces? And then if we don't like the answer, how quickly can we make tweaks to change things? And so some of that depends on, it's on us, I suppose, but some of it is, a lot of it's on you.
Yeah, that second part is up to you.
Yeah.
You could do it quickly. That's up to you.
Bridges in Brooklyn for sale, right?
We certainly can work out a way to be providing regular updates. I don't think we're gonna see things coming in so fast and furious. I think we'll be able to certainly provide updates, and then we can think about a way to sort of memorialize that, so that there is, what's coming in, it's
We can
it's
put a docket
available.
item out right at the beginning of
Yeah.
the year so that you can just come to this committee
We could,
anytime.
every so often, we could provide
Right.
an update on, what we're seeing. We're gonna be very closely monitoring what's coming in and working very closely with our current planning team and ISD, particularly in the beginning, to make sure everyone's understanding it. And seeing, we think we've done a lot of vetting. We've had a lot of people try and poke holes in this at this point, but there may be things that come up. The garage ordinance we've amended a couple of times already. So I imagine there will be tweaks we wanna make. But we'll be reporting back regularly.
Okay, well, I feel comfortable leaving it as long as you're assuring us that you're gonna give us substantial and frequent reports.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
Counselor Wright.
so with those reports, could you provide us what you're gonna be reporting on? So we know that there's enough of it? And then the second thing is, wonder if someone started, pulled the permit, or before they pulled the permit, but before, they have talked to you and we decided to change it. I mean, some things are gonna flow through anyways. And what I'm hearing from developers, they're just waiting for the zoning. So they've been putting a lot of things on hold and they're waiting till the zoning pass. And then I think we're gonna see a bigger rush at the beginning. So even though, yes, we can change it quick, how quick is it? I mean, we have to grandfather some things in, don't we, or?
Well, it would depend on if they'd filed for a building permit, and Attorney Lee may need to weigh in further on this, but it's not like there's a special permit that locks them in to the zoning. It's gonna take a bit of time for things to work through, especially in the beginning, to review those building permits.
So as I understand it, a proposal is gonna come to the planning department for every single project in the VCOD. They must do that. So that's when you learn what the possibility of a proposal is. And you get some data at that point. What Zach and I have talked about, and what we've talked about in staff meetings, is that in time for our first council meeting, there's gonna be some descriptive text on what the monitoring process will look like, what the steps in the process are. And also, as I understand it, there's a how-to kind of a book, user's guide coming from UTIL. Once we decide everything that's in this, then they can finish that so that, because obviously they can't put stuff in that, no, we're gonna take it out. So all of that is coming. But at least the description of the monitoring process that would start in January will be before us, before we go to full council.
And we'll also use NewGov, we've been talking and we'll keep coordinating with ISD as we get closer, but about whether this is a separate record type, that there's you're submitting for the planning review first within the VCOD before you can even file for a building permit. We're working through what that implementation process is going to be, but it's going to require creating new forms, making sure that we're getting responses to all of the things we need within the zoning, because it's different than our existing zoning.
Okay, thank you. So shall we take a vote? We have a motion to add 0.5 parking minimum per residential unit in the VC zones, which will remove more than 1,300 units, we don't have the actual calculation, and that's something.
I think, excuse me, I think the motion was to add back enough to somehow balance the game, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I was saying
No,
add
this-
some more in MRT he was talking about when I was
So-
saying Route 9.
The motion is about the parking.
Yeah.
The rationale for it is that Council Wright feels like she can propose alternative sites to make up the difference, but we don't have that motion before us. So, all in favor of adding back a half a parking space requirement per residential unit in the VCOD, please say aye.
Aye.
2. All opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Nay. Councilor Ryan?
Waiting to be unmuted. Nay.
Thank you. Can we leave Councilor Ryan unmuted? Okay, thank you.
As long as she doesn't zoom on us.
You hear that, Councilor Ryan? No Zoom bombing us. All right.
What? I didn't hear it.
Oh, we said we're gonna leave you unmuted as long as you don't Zoom bomb us.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's gonna happen.
All
You're just
right.
not gonna see my face.
Okay, item number 3. Oh, so that was a 2 to 5. Okay. Item 3 is add 0.5 of a parking spaces for each residential unit not within a half mile of mass transit. This requirement would be waivable by special permit.
I mean, again, the waiver is just a description of our current process, and I grant you, the President has talked about that process, and some people have to come through it, but I think it's a valuable one nonetheless. This is really a smaller version of what Councilor Wright was talking about, but looking at it as the problem that we've been concerned about is that, okay, part of the rationale for bidding with the MBTA process is it's within walking distance of mass transit, but there are places where that's not going to be available. So is it appropriate in that context to have some parking requirements? Because arguably, the users are not going to have the advantage of mass transit in order to take advantage of no parking requirement. So now, I don't know the scope of this, and maybe the department can say what it is in terms of the number of units would be affected, but I assume it's a much smaller subset than what Councilor Wright was just talking about.
Well, in terms of our MBTA compliance, the numbers effect would be 0, because we're not proposing any lots count towards our MBTA compliance that are outside of every MBTA compliant lot is within a half mile.
Right, so that wouldn't count. So I'm really talking about the non-MBTA.
Right, you're
Like Thompsonville.
Are you defining mass transit per MBTA communities? Because
Yes, I
they
think for
only
this
look
group,
at
yes.
the commuter rail and the Green Line, while we do have bus transit access in other village
I agree.
centers.
For simplification, I think it's really just leaving the MBTA because it's a much cleaner question.
So for the 7 villages, although I would caution us even to think about Auburndale, because that's one of the villages that's not MBTA
Aren't we
compliant.
gonna run into the same issue that Andrew raised though?
That it has to be, yeah.
Well, Auburndale, so there's 2 different things. Auburndale does have transit. So
Yes.
it's per the MBTA community's definition.
Okay.
Our district just isn't large enough to
I
have a
understand.
contiguous area that in order to submit it, it would still be considered mass transit.
Okay.
I would say though, again, these are all things we've said before, but the idea is letting the market guide what's the right amount of parking and not building any more than the minimum needed. We go through we hear a lot about traffic, a lot of concerns about increasing traffic, and one of the best things we can do is not encouraging more parking spaces and cars than we need. Even if you're not on the commuter rail or Green Line, there may be people who are able to live with fewer cars, may have bus access, they may be able to walk or work from home. So I still don't think it is a policy we would support to include any parking spaces, even outside of that half mile.
I understand, but I think part of the concern I had is that we had a whole conversation about what happens when the winter parking ban goes away. And part of the concern people have expressed is that people are going to bring cars to these sites, and should we not have some process for making sure that they do provide some parking in those conditions? Again, the same policy is at work, and I understand the department's response. Part of my concern about the whole proposal is that we're creating a demand for vehicles without any assurance of supply. We're leaving it to the market, and I understand the argument we want to let the market decide. That's not an irrational conclusion. It's just that I'm not one I'm comfortable with. So.
Okay.
Attorney Lee has his hand up.
I don't know if this is a uniformity question. Andrew, is this?
Well, Andrew Lee has his hand up, then I want to go to Councilor Leary, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Andrew Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just so I'm understanding what's being proposed, it sounds like it's a parking requirement that's based on a location's proximity to transit, more or less?
Yes.
It concerns me with regards to the uniformity requirement. I would say that I'd like to take a closer look at it to see if that is permissible. Looking at the plain language of 48 Section 4, it seems unlikely, but I would like the opportunity to look at that more closely if it is something that the council is interested in.
You would also need to make sure it's well defined. I have seen these provisions in other states, and I've implemented them, and there can be a lot of ambiguity about how it's measured. Are you measuring it from the platform, from the station, from the stairs? Is it as the crow flies radii? Is it a walking route of half mile?
Those are legitimate questions. They have to be worked out. I think the policy question is whether there's any appetite in the committee to require parking for those situations where it seems like it might be more likely to be needed, and then it will not necessarily be supplied by the private sector or by mass transit. That's all.
Okay. So Councilor Leary's next, but I just want to try to clarify this. Would you like to hold this item until we get more information from the law department? Because if it's not legal.
I'm perfectly happy to hold it and let's go through the parking pieces today and just see where we come out. I mean, I know the committee's not enthusiastic about any parking requirement, but I just think it's important that we talk these things through. Now, the legal part may be decisive, obviously, and if it is, that's the end of the game.
So hold it. We're going to hold it.
Well, for the time being, I'd like to go to your parking issues too.
Yes, of course.
Hold
Councilor
on.
Leary,
Yeah.
and then Wright, if you want to speak to the item we're going to hold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna make a comment that if you look at any newer construction, I would say even older construction, like anything prior to, 1920s, they didn't always build parking for a home. But I can't think of any residential housing project that didn't provide parking. I don't think it's something we have to worry about, and I would, when you bring it back from hold, I will vote it down.
Well, I think you vote against it.
There you go.
Maybe that's enough.
Councilor Wright.
So, I mean, the way to get around, if Attorney Lee says, oh, we can't do it, is we have VC2 and VC3, then we would have VC2A and VC3A or VC4 and VC5. It's not that difficult, I don't think.
I think the point about the uniformity requirement is there has to be, there's a planning rationale. It may not be the planning rationale you like, but it at least is not an irrational tool to say that we want to treat mass transit zones differently than we would otherwise. The state has done that effectively itself. So, but whether in fact we want any requirement is another policy choice.
Okay.
And it would reduce the number of units, but you don't know, have any sense of that, but it would be a subset of much smaller than.
Probably be
not much
zero.
smaller, but somewhat
Would be
smaller.
0 because these are away from transit.
Yeah, unless we end up
That's right,
bringing
they
in
don't
other
count
areas.
anyway.
Yeah.
That's right, thank you, excuse me. Yeah.
Okay. President Olmert.
Can I just have clarification? So are you talking about things between 1/4 and 1/2 or further out than 1/2?
More than a
No,
half.
within a half. So-
Outside of half.
Outside of a half.
Yeah.
So there isn't that, I was looking at the maps, there isn't that much.
6 villages.
Yes.
That are beyond the half?
Yes.
6 villages don't have public transit as defined in the
Upper Falls,
MBTA
Lower
communities.
I know, but how much is beyond half mile in any of those villages?
All of it,
Thompsonville.
Oh, because it's half mile with transit, not from the
Yeah.
village center.
Yeah.
correct.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
no, okay, and now I get it. Thank you.
So we're not voting on this now. I mean, probably, I'm gonna guess the vote would be the same. But we
Yeah,
do wanna
let's
hear
vote.
from the law department. Counselor Ryan?
Yeah, I think we should vote on this now. I agree with Councilor Larry on this. I mean, who builds a house in a residential district without driveways? Thank you.
This is for the VC zones,
These are-
just to
these
be
are not-
clear.
These are not residential.
We're not at the residential yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you jump to we were just talking about number 3,
Yeah.
Baker
So
Street.
let's hold mine for a moment and keep on going.
That is residential.
So VC is VC two
No,
and
it's
three
for residential
and
units
MRT,
in the
or just
VC
VC
zone.
two and
Or is
VC
it for
three?
all?
Because I just copied, I think verbatim what you wrote. I assume
I
the
was
VC.
talking about the VC, not the MRT.
Got it, okay.
It just says 1 parking space for each residential unit, not
And you
half
meant
mile.
in VC, you meant in the VC
I
zones.
meant
is
in
that
the
correct?
VC zone, I think I said that, maybe I didn't.
It's not in
Wasn't
the
clear.
language.
Well,
Have it here.
We had to,
I can't remember what I wrote. So
I have
Okay.
that.
But my intent was to deal with the commercial VCs, not the MRTs.
Okay.
So,
So the next two are similar, both Counselor Wright and I are proposing for the MRT zone only to require 1 space per unit. This is the zone that is in our neighborhoods. The difference between our two amendments is Counselor Wright is proposing 1 space per unit for everything in the MRT zone, and to advantage adaptive reuse, mine is only for new construction in the MRT zone. So, I don't need to speak anymore on this, Counselor Wright.
Oh, I just have a question about yours. You said it would reduce about 50 units, and I didn't know where you got that data from, and if I
Well-
could get that data too?
I got it from the planning department, but actually it would be 53 units is what Mr. Lamel told me, if you took the parking out of the, for all potential development in the MRT zone,
The MBTA.
in the MBTA communities. So that's where I got it from, it's from their sensitivity analysis. I don't know the number, because how would you get it? How would you get the number? Because you don't know who's,
For all.
if you don't require parking for the adaptive reuse, which probably already has parking, but never
Well-
mind. But only for the new construction, you don't know how many people are going to choose what, so it's the same number.
Yeah, because we can't use adaptive reuse in the MBTA model.
Anyway,
Right, it
Right.
has to be assuming blank slate.
okay, so your number for units assumes new construction.
Correct.
Where we're trying to advantage adaptive reuse. And you made the case to me, and I think it's right, that we wanna continue to advantage adaptive reuse. And so that's why I proposed adding a parking space in if it's new construction.
So would it be for the initial house then? So on a 15,000 square foot lot, and I did the math today, you could do adaptive reuse in 6 units, and you can put 2 1,500 square foot buildings for another 8 units. So you would only, and I did the math, and there's extra green space too. So are you proposing, so you would have in a 15,000 square foot lot, you would have 14 units, but you would only need 8 parking spots? Because you're
Yes.
saying for new.
Yes.
And we would need to be
Oh, yeah,
clear
yeah.
that, I'm assuming you mean new construction as in the 1,500 square foot 4 unit, not the addition on the adaptive
Correct.
reuse.
Correct.
well, now, if there's new construction on the adaptive, that wouldn't be covered under your proposal?
No.
It would be covered under your proposal.
Yeah.
If you want to advantage adaptive reuse, then the idea would be not to require the parking. It would be built anyway, in my opinion, but we have people concerned about parking in the neighborhoods. I think the situation that Councilor Wright mentions is pretty unlikely, but, you know, if you're building a new 1,500 square foot footprint, 4-unit or 3-unit building, as a second building on a site, you only need planning board approval for that, right?
Site plan review.
Wait, there's site plan review for all adaptive reuse?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
For multiple
When
buildings.
when
for
adding a
multiple
second building.
buildings.
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
Yes.
I would say there's been a lot of conversation about this.
Yep.
I think, from the staff perspective, a vote to require parking in the MRT zone is a vote for more expensive housing and less green space. That's just what it comes down to. And I would leave it at that.
President Albright.
So, I had an email conversation, I guess I was part of the conversation about this amendment and Ms. Kyra said that people are wanting to live car light. So I found out that it's Jim Shaughnessy, the assessors, that tracks how many registrations there are, how many people pay excise tax. And when he called me back this morning, I honestly couldn't remember why I asked the question anymore. But then he said, but I can probably get you unique license plates that'll tell you more information about cars. And it turns out that the number of cars in Newton is going down. So maybe you're right, Ms. Kyra. I didn't agree with you at the time, but there was a big jump big jump down, like we dropped by 3% during the pandemic in 2020. But it continues to go down. And so it said, okay, maybe Ms. Kyra's right, people are living car light. So at first I wasn't convinced, but now I see data.
But they're not living car free.
They're not living car free.
Yeah, well, not in my lifetime, I don't think.
We're building for we're planning for the next 80 years.
Yes.
But we're not preventing her from providing.
Councilor Leary, you are next.
I just wanna say I'm voting for green space and housing, and I'm gonna be consistent.
This doesn't take away from green space because we have a minimum amount of usable open space, which is more your green space. So, before we added it, the whole lot could have been covered by asphalt, but at least that's in there, not quite I'd like to have it, higher. But right now, and again, we forced, the condo complex in Woburn for 1 unit, one parking spot per unit for most of the units. And talking to the realtor, they're having problems selling it because everybody wants a second spot for parking.
Well, they could have put in more.
Good, the units will be cheaper.
So now, well, that was part of the special permit that they put in. And I think there's a couple of units that had a little bit more, but generally.
Well, in the VC zones, we don't have a maximum. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
Can you vote?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, Council, we have to vote on 2 different pieces, it sounds like. Councilor Bowman?
I just wanted to make a quick statement. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we do have families that are living car light. I've met them. They talk to me about they've made a choice to move to Newton. They're living car light because they can't drive. They're living car light because they could either live here without a car and bike and walk and take public transportation, or they could live much further out and have to own 2 cars. So let's keep in mind that we did the parking study. The parking study showed we had more parking spaces in immediately village centers than we had people parking there. So I'm very supportive of no parking requirement. Thank you.
Okay.
It's no surprise, I'm gonna support both amendments, because again, I'm concerned about the spillover effects of not having something on site.
So
yeah.
I guess we'll do Councilor Wright's first, because it's stricter. All those in favor of Councilor Wright's amendment to require 1 space per unit in the MRT zone for all units, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Hey,
Okay. All those in favor of my amendment, which is to only require parking for new construction or building replacement, basically, not when you're tearing down the house, but not when you're implementing adaptive reuse.
Sorry.
Oh, so you're saying no, none whatsoever than adaptive reuse?
No, for new buildings, but I just wanna be clear, it's not for the building that you are
Okay, adaptive reuse.
restoring.
Okay.
Is that clear to everybody?
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 So Holly,
I think it's all of us.
Aye.
no, it's not all of us. Holly said aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you say
I
aye?
said aye.
A 6? No.
Nay.
Okay, 6 to 1.
Josh
She's
would have
voting for
been
green
a
space.
nay.
Okay. Okay, we're on a new topic. We're
So-
on map.
Well,
Just
we-
real
we
quick,
left-
so-
We left mine and I.
So that will drop 50 places or 50 units roughly.
So,
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think there's support in committee for, obviously, my prior amendment. I'm trying to figure out a way, but I would ask Mr. Lee just to look at it, because I may propose it anyway. So,
Oh, I think he agreed he was going to look further
no, I
at it.
understand, but I
Okay.
didn't want it to just die.
Okay,
for
no, we're
lack of-
holding it. It's a hold.
Okay.
Or, which may mean you bring it up at full council.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna bring it up here.
Okay, so, we are on map amendments. And if we have some citywide items before we go to individual villages. Counselor Wright, you are on. The first one is, now, I know these are similar to what we had before, but they're not identical, you
Yep.
say, so please explain to us what the particular differences are, if you can summarize them. The first one is to remove the following villages from the vote this year.
So
And- yeah, go ahead, you go.
Okay, so I believe everyone in ZAP got the memo that a few of us counselors signed and sent out that let's just work on the MBTA Act requirement and pass that. And then take a look at the other villages, so we would remove that from the vote. Because it does not count, it doesn't pertain to the MBTA Act. There's another issue as we go down, I'm not sure, I think it was in there, the density per acre. On the MBTA Act, on the green line, it's very low, and then on the commuter rail, it's 2-3 times higher than the other ones. So as we go through the amendments, I was removing some of the VC3 from, mainly from the,
We should stick to one amendment at a time.
okay, for the first one I'd like to vote on is removing the 7 villages that are not in the count for the MBTA Act.
So I'm gonna propose a friendly amendment. I'm not gonna support this anyway. I'll let you know in advance. And then I know Ms. Kyra wants to say something. But Auburndale's a special case. Auburndale has the commuter rail. Auburndale being on the commuter rail may be significant in our application for funding to rebuild the commuter rail. So just wanna suggest,
How is that though? I mean, I thought we only have to pass the MBTA Act and not.
well, yes, but we understand that federal and state funding are going to be looking at our work. And we just heard yesterday, for those of us who, probably nobody else here, attended Jake Auchincloss's meeting yesterday, and he made it very clear that federal funding will also be contingent upon the reevaluating us in our ability to meet this. It just seems, this is just me maybe, but it seems foolish to me when you have a village that's on the commuter rail, that we would even think of taking it out of the mix. Even though technically it's only 3 acres and so we can't use the units toward our count. But it's right there.
Okay, I'll take that friendly amendment to add back in Auburndale.
Okay, so you wanna remove 6 villages out of the 12.
Yep.
Ms. Kyra, I'm sorry, I think you wanted to say something.
I just wanted to weigh in on the density piece, and maybe this is more appropriate in the next amendment, just that there are a lot of different ways of comparing the commuter rail and the Green Line zoning. The areas along the Green Line actually have, I think, over 1,500 more units in the unit capacity than along the commuter rail. So the density, because those commuter rail areas are smaller in general, and their density is a little higher per acre than along the Green Line, but there's more units in the unit capacity along the Green Line.
That makes sense. President Albright?
So, I'm not gonna support this amendment, but I just wanted to say something that I've been thinking about, but I wasn't ready to provide any information on it yet tonight. So I've been thinking that because there is so much, it's also new, this is also new. I wanna start by saying that we started this whole process to benefit all the villages and all the businesses in all the villages and to get more housing in the city, in the village centers. And I think it was even Councilor Laredo who often said to me during our arguments over the residential development that what we need is more density in the village centers. We all know that. So we all sort of agreed that all the village centers in Newton could use some more density for a lot of reasons. But since we really don't know how this is going to be implemented, I'm thinking about proposing a phase-in process where obviously the MBTA communities, villages have to go first, but there could be some phasing in a year or 2 year, I don't know what the number of years is, I'm still thinking about that. But some of the villages could go in at some point later, and some of the villages could go in at another point later. And that would give us a chance to see what's going on.
So when I said to remove it, and it wasn't to remove it forever, it was, let's just do this first, and then, do the rest at a later time. So similar to what you're saying.
But this would give us a chance to have a text amendment which would allow us to let people see that we're gonna be planful about this and we're gonna know that some know it, some now, some in a year or two, some in another year or two, I don't know what the dates are.
I think, and I haven't, too much is going through my brain right now. I think in that memo, I think we did mention maybe 2 or 3 years and also to collect some data. I just looked really quick. Newtonville and West Newton makes up half the MBTA community numbers.
That's not true. The Green Line, I don't have the numbers on me now, but along the Green Line was 1,500 units more than along, and that was including Auburndale along the commuter rail.
I'll take a look, but my numbers are coming up that way.
So, can I ask
Yes.
you guys a procedural question?
Yes, a procedural question.
So what I'm understanding is Councilor Wright is saying that to frame the vote for the council, the only, with the exception of Auburndale, the only votes that we would take that would be reported to the council would be the MBTA plus Auburndale. Is that a fair?
That's what she's proposing.
That's what she's proposing. So the other part would not be on the table, and that's not a deferral, that's just that it would have to be reheard and reacted upon as an amendment in the future. I just want to clarify that. Because
Right, that's what Councilor Wright is proposing.
That's
What
right.
Councilor Albright is proposing is to actually build into the text an effective date that's
Right, but for the moment, for this purpose,
Right.
we're just taking them out, and it doesn't mean they can't go back.
This
But
isn't
for
to
this
remove,
purpose,
right,
yeah.
and then if it comes back, it has to be a new document. Yeah.
Let's vote on
I
it.
see a couple of people online, so I'm gonna take Councilor Laredo and then Councilor Kalis.
Well, I was at the exact same meeting.
Can't hear you, Mark.
Louder.
Can you hear me now? I'm off mute.
No, it's.
Normally we can hear you so well.
Raise your volume.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah, that's
yes.
better.
Great, thank you so much. So, Chair Crossley, I was at the exact same meeting you were referring to yesterday, and you and I must have heard different things, because the only thing I heard is that we need to pass the MBTA Communities Act in order to make sure that we get funding for our rail stations. There's absolutely nothing that has ever been said that we must include Auburndale, West Newton, or Newtonville in those areas. So the only requirement is that we pass the MBTA Communities Act. And I think it's important to have the correct statement there. It's not tied into doing work specifically in Auburndale, period. Second, I very much want to support my colleague, Councilor Wright's proposition that we separate these out into two. As far as President Albright's suggestion, we are going to be doing a considerable amount of development in our village centers through the MBTA Communities Act work. There's no question about that. I am frankly curious about your suggestion that we somehow phase this in. This is actually the first time in 2 years of debate with an election coming up that I've ever heard this before. So it's good to hear that there's some thought about putting off the rest of the villages. I would personally not be okay with just a 6-month or a year delay. I think, frankly, that would be a bit disingenuous. If we really want to see what's going to happen, we should pass the MBTA Communities Act zone promptly. We should do our homework as a city council, and planning should do its homework in regard to how big we want the city to be, what infrastructure is needed, and then vote to make changes in the rest of the village centers. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, so the item before us, Councilor Laredo, is the Village Center Overlay District. The compliance with the MBTA Communities Act is something staff will do once we pass whatever we're gonna pass, assuming we pass enough in the VCOD district so that compliance can be achieved, which is why we've been carrying that discussion item with us the entire time. So what I heard yesterday is what you heard, except, of course, there were no villages. Congressman Auchincloss wasn't talking to us about how we needed to do it. My suggestion to Councilor Wright is that, we have to make an application to the state for funding and to the federal government for funding construction of our commuter rail line. And we need to be able to make a good case for that funding. It's competitive. And that's why I suggested that we might want to consider keeping Auburndale in the mix. There's other reasons, but if that's the only thing that motivates some folks, I think it would be a good idea to keep it in that mix. Like I said, I'm still not supporting the item. Councilor Kalis is next.
Yeah, very briefly, I support keeping Auburndale in the mix. I really think that Councilor Albright's suggestion, it is the first time I've thought about that, of a phase-in, but I think it's a really good idea, and I think it deserves more discussion, and I'll just be listening, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, we have the item before us in committee proposed by Councilor Wright to take 6 villages out of, I'm sorry, Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, I'd like to give President Albright's proposal a better look. I think it would be a kind of a compromise, and which I like to do. And yeah, it's the first time I've heard this brought up, but I'd like to give it a harder look, because it makes sense in certain ways too. So anyway, that's all.
Well, thank you. And I think we all do. It's come up on a number of conversations with villages about different things they want, but right now, the item before us is Councilor Wright's motion to eliminate 6 villages from the map, 6 villages which do not comply, don't meet the bar for compliance with MBTA communities. So we're ready to take a vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Counselor Ryan. This is on Counselor White's motion to eliminate villages. Counselor,
I abstain.
okay, an abstention. So we have 2 in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 abstention. I do that right? Yes, okay. 2, 4, 1. Okay, thank you. Counselor Wright, you're on again. And this is a very long item. It takes up half the page, so that should get us to the next page really quickly. It's to eliminate a whole lot of lots from VC.
Well, it's
reduce
not
the
to
following.
eliminate it. It's to
And actually,
reduce
this
it.
isn't stated quite right, I think, because it says, reduce the following lots from VC2 or VC3 to MRT.
This is that other issue that we talked about, and I talked about with planning. Is that all these? So, should I explain this? Please.
Yes, if you want us to vote on it.
Okay, so one of the things that happened between version 2 and version 3 is we have roughly 50 or 40 lots that are surrounded by their residential SR or MR with neighboring SR and MR. And then when we did the maps, they were upzoned to VC2 and some were VC3, but we moved it back down. But most of them are VC2. And in version 2, we said that the neighboring lots, the other neighboring VC2 or VC3 lots, if they're abutting these lots, which are used as residential, that are zoned as residential now but got upzoned, they need to respect the residential, that they're abutting a residential lot. And in version 3, that went away. So when it was a residential lot, they got a 20-foot setback, could be only 3.5 stories, and at 50 feet, they could go higher. And right now, the way it is they can build 4.5, 5.5, 6-story tall building on the lot line with no setbacks whatsoever. And these are people who have bought these lots, these homes in residential districts. And what I've heard from UTL and I've heard from planning is, well, upzoning like this will make their lot worth more so they can sell and move. And I know a lot of people who don't want to sell and move and want to stay. But if they have, an 80-foot building on their lot line, their quality of life is going to greatly diminish. They may not get direct sunlight in their house. Their backyard may be in shadows for much of the day. So my proposal, which I wanted to keep that residential exemption because the underlining zoning, they were residential. And according to planning, law says we can't do that. So if that's the case, these lots, and these aren't the lots that were used as business, these are homes, these are people's homes, that we downzone that to MRT.
I'm gonna call on planning to try to, if you could distill the explanation, because I know you spent a lot of time with Counselor Wright. Could you please make that? I'm struggling.
Sure. Yeah, I think there's a few mischaracterizations in there. I think first and foremost, we have to understand we are not dealing with a blank slate. In every type of situation, we always knew that the point is to put density at the core of the village centers and feather down as you get into the neighborhoods. There are instances, because the city is built out, has been built out in a variety of ways before any zoning was ever in place. There are situations where there are 2-family, 3-family, 6-family, 8, small apartment buildings right pretty much off of the main drag of the village centers. And so in those situations, which it's maybe 30 or 40 lots, there are other situations, as Councilor had said, where there's SR, MR zoning, but the use is business, the use is a larger multifamily building or series of multifamily buildings, or they're religious institutions. I think that's not what we're talking about here. In the zoning, in the proposed zoning where we laid down where VC3, VC2, and MRT would go, throughout the proposal, it's not that it is stripped away in this new version. It really, I put this in the notes here, it was really just a clarification and a refinement to make sure that there are protections when you are adjacent to a residential district, which is MRT and SR and MR. But if the decision of this committee and then eventually the overall council is to say there are certain lots that may be zoned SR, MR, that makes sense to be allowed to be VC2 or VC3 if they so choose to develop. It's not that we're kicking anyone out. That is definitely a mischaracterization. That they should be fully able to be developed and uniformity-wise be able to be developed, right? It's the neighboring parcel versus this neighboring parcel. You know what's going to happen. It doesn't change if one opts in versus one doesn't opt in. So it's about the uniformity piece that we were speaking about before, that the ability to develop as proposed, VC2, VC3, with those setbacks, with those heights, would be allowed. Again, these are really edge condition cases. I think an example would be Newtonville. In Newtonville is a good example. You have Walnut Street, and then you have really quickly becoming residential as you move on from Madison or Washington Park, things like that. Those lots along Walnut Street are very small and very narrow. The purpose of the code is to incentivize those small lots to develop with a smaller building footprint. If that lot had to have a 20-foot setback, in many cases it would make a development infeasible. And so what we want to say is in those rare instances, we want to make sure that that's feasible. Because the other option is that they buy the neighboring parcel, offering that person a lot of money probably, not saying that we want that to happen, and they build a bigger building on a bigger lot. So I don't think changing this is going to get what you want in the long run. Again, we always attempted to do our best to move out. I'm sorry for this long-winded answer. But
what happened to the word distilled?
Well,
I'm teasing because
so I
it's
think
complicated.
I would leave it at that. Is that these are edge condition parcels where we attempted to make uniform policy. We clarified it between version 2 and version 3. I think this is doing what the code is supposed to be doing here.
Ms. Kyra, and then
Yeah, if I could just add on about why this is tricky. So it has to do with the opt-in overlay. So we're setting buffers from residential zones. In our existing zoning, that's pretty clear, all the MR and SR. In the VCOD, that's the MRT. It's always going to be a residential. That's always a residential zone. The tricky part is where you have an underlying SR or MR that we've proposed to be VC2 or VC3. So it is a residential zone today, but it can opt in to become a more commercial zone. So the reason why we worked through this with law is that that's creating unpredictability or lack of predictability for adjacent lots. If your dimensional requirements can change based on whether your neighbor opts in or does not opt in. So it's only an issue with how we defined a residential zone and that we have some of these more commercial zones overlaying some existing residential.
Would this, if you could pick one lot that exemplifies this condition and show it to us, would a picture be 1,000 words?
Well, so I think 445, anything up the Washington Street examples in Newtonville?
Does it worth
Or
doing
Madison?
that now to show, do you have a lot of
103 Madison or 100 Madison?
Can you pull one of them up?
So I would not have voted for this if I knew this condition happened in version 2.
And this was because as we dug deeper into it and worked to refine and work through legal review, we realized that this was an area of ambiguity and that we couldn't have differing requirements depending on whether your neighbor chose to opt in or not. So this is how we clarified it. I think the cleanest solution, if you think there are properties that this would be inappropriate, would be to do as Councilor Wright's proposing and change some of those to MRT because they're always going to be considered a residential zone. I don't think, and this isn't what is being proposed, but the fix isn't in the language around the exemptions, it's more in with the zoning for those particular parcels. So if you
Okay.
think that parcel, it is an issue, it's better to downzone that to MRT than to try and
Okay, so when you look at it,
Finish
can you
your
show
sentence.
us?
To try and,
change the way that exemption is written.
Okay, understand. So, Director Heath, you wanted to say something?
I'm not sure I have this, but is it the case that if that's my house there, the suggestion is that, we get this right, because I'm in a VC2 zone and I own that house, I'm somehow disadvantaged in some way?
Well, the house next door is also VC2, so they can build right on the property line.
Understood.
And there's no setback, so VC2 would be five stories tall, right on the property
So the
line.
suggestion is that my house is somehow gonna be devalued because I'm in a VC2 zone and I chose not to redevelop? Okay.
Can I ask her?
Yeah, I do have Counselor
I'm sorry,
Dunbar
no,
first,
wait.
no, it's okay, then I'll go to you.
yeah, actually, to my eye, it looks like this already is on the property line, certainly on the side, property. And we do have I'll leave that there. The one comment that I wanted to make is that just as in the 1970s, the people who lived in Newton, who were having 3 and 4 kids, because there were 17,000 children in the school district, those people could not foresee that the babies that weren't born yet, who are here now having babies, we're not gonna have 3 or 4 kids the way they did. And since zoning outlasts one generation in Newton, and we go 30, 40, 50, 70 years between major changes, we really can't predict what's gonna happen a couple of generations from now. And so I think that that we would be handicapping Newton if we were to downzone it too much and disallow people from doing what, for example, we've suggested here. It's not likely that in our lifetimes, or maybe not even in our children's lifetimes, these buildings are gonna be bought, torn down, and 2 lots combined and a larger building built. These buildings, this one right here that we're looking at, is now 2.5 stories. It's doubtful that the cost of buying that building and the one next to it, let's say, and tearing it down and adding another story or another maximum of 2 stories. The VC2 is 3.5 stories. So that I don't think that it would be economically feasible for them to tear this down and build 1 more story.
It's probably, let me see if I'll go to you next, Counselor Wright, because I'm still struggling to understand the real potential impact of this to, so let me just, this particular example.
Yeah.
If we could pull, if there's a way to pull this back. So you're saying the building on the left is in a business zone now, is that correct?
I think all of these are in MR zones right now.
The building on the left is in an MR zone?
Yeah.
Oh.
But they were proposing that these
That
would all
would
be
be a
VC2.
VC2. Okay, the building on the left would be a VC2.
Well, I didn't propose that one right there.
No, but
It's more about the building next to it.
Yes.
Yes.
But
the
essentially,
ones that are
this-
hold on,
One
I
and
just,
two
I'm
families.
sorry, because I can't go into the map and know where that is, so.
That's Washington.
This is on
Gotcha.
Washington Street.
The building to the left is proposed as a VC2.
Right.
The building to the right and the one after it is also proposed as a
Correct.
VC2. The building to the left is already a VC2.
Correct.
Okay, I mean, it's a big
Basically.
building. So the worry is if the next, say, 3 buildings are turned into a VC2, And I'm just presuming it makes sense with respect to proximity to the village center. Currently, they're MR.
Correct.
And so why wouldn't we make them MRT in this particular case? What's the downside of that?
They're right on Washington Street. So,
okay.
right, the initial logic here was that this is in Newton Corner, right on Washington Street. You can, if you go to the right a little bit, you'll see Sunrise. That this made sense for VC2. Now, if one of these buildings,
You say the middle one, the yellow.
the middle one, I don't ever foresee this being a reasonable development scenario, because these are, I think, relatively small lots, but let's say the middle one decides to redevelop and is torn down and builds per VC2 standards.
It's a 4,500 square foot lot.
Yeah, it's 4,500 square
You
foot lot.
can't do that on a
Can't do-
4,500 square foot lot.
Let's say they did somehow.
Well, you can.
I have a
Okay.
just barely under 4,000 square foot lot, I'm so familiar with it.
You couldn't provide the circulation for a true VC2 building, but
No,
let's
you
say
couldn't.
it was a bigger lot and you could.
Yeah,
The
okay.
concern, I believe, is that it would not have to provide the buffers to the buildings on either side of it
Okay.
as if they were a residential zone, because we have proposed them to be in VC2. They don't have that protection that they would if they were MRT. Now, in this case, on one side, Sunrise isn't going anywhere anytime soon. On the other side, the 4-story apartment building is already
And the
VC2.
1903 building there isn't going anywhere either.
And-
It's a beautiful house.
These are gonna trigger demolition delay and all of that. If you were gonna do something, you'd probably combine lots, because you're not doing anything to the scale of VC2 in a 4,500 square foot lot. But the rationale was that we're going from VC3 down to VC2 here, and you're right on
Okay,
Washington Street.
Right, okay. Okay, I think I understand. And is this kind of typical of the examples that?
I
No,
think-
some of them are on side streets also.
I think we had emailed about this. There's probably about 3 reasons. It's either A, you're on a major street like Washington Street. So the
Okay.
idea is that over time we would expect, you'd want to see a building more akin to this over time. Again, doesn't mean this needs to change anytime soon or ever. The other piece of it is that it is something that is literally in the heart of the village center, maybe just right off of the main street.
Okay.
And it would make those developments infeasible, and again, it would force probably the merging of a lot of lots. The whole point of this process is that we want those smaller lots to redevelop. I'm blanking on the third one.
And some of them are actually across the street, so it wouldn't really matter anyway. They wouldn't have that. So if you're in a VC2 and you're a residential home, and then there's sometimes on one side of you is MRT or nothing in VCOD, but then across the street is VC2 or VC3, that's not going to affect your buffers anyway, because you're across the street, you're not.
But my list didn't have those.
Okay.
It only was abutting. And so I was looking, and there are other ones, so they're abutting, and so people who did buy these houses, especially more on the side streets and stuff, is they bought in a residential neighborhood, their neighbors are residential neighbors. What they bought, what could be built next to them was 2.5 stories tall and 7.5 foot setbacks. And now they could put, 3.5, 4.5 stories tall and no setbacks right on the property line. And that's, now, I'm looking out for them. I'm representing my constituents.
Newton Corner.
Well, Newton Corner, Newtonville, I think there's also in Newton Highlands and in Newton Center. Most of the villages have these.
Would it make sense just to go property by property, because we're talking.
I feel like we've done this already.
Not this.
I know we went through Newton Corner very carefully and moved more stuff into MRT.
But they changed the rules from
We
the
did
time
not.
before.
It did not change the rules, they
We
clarified how
clarified
it
it.
works. So,
Yeah.
Ms. Kyer, did you want to say one more thing?
Well, I was just saying, we're spending a lot of time talking hypothetically about all of these particular properties. I don't know if it would ultimately be faster just to look at each one. Are you gonna vote on them, are you anticipating voting on them separately or as a whole package, I guess?
I'm gonna go to Counselor Baker, I'm not sure. Go
Well,
ahead.
I think we have to resolve the policy question, and then if there's a policy, we get into the individuals a little later, but if the policy, the committee's not gonna support the policy, then that's what's going into it individually. I guess my question for the department is that if we wanted to do this, does making these MRTs would accomplish the same outcome?
They
Now,
would-
you would have, Washington
property
Street
next
here,
to them.
the properties then would be, have a VC, and then you have an MRT, for the small houses. And then you'd have a VC too,
Yeah, so if
these are infill situations, right?
If they are MRT, then any development on adjacent property would need to provide the residential
Setbacks.
setbacks or step downs.
Yeah.
It may make the zoning, we lose a little bit of the logic potentially in some areas of the sort of feathering down. But
I'm comfortable with a little Swiss cheese, but, not a lot. But I think the question is, if that's the way to do it, I mean, there's a difference between, then the question, it seems to me, is do we think that's an important policy? And I think part of my reason for feeling sympathetic to this is that, again, this is, while we're talking about this as a change in zoning, the whole incentive structure is towards redevelopment with very, except for the adaptive reuse occasionally where we've got that in the MRTs. So I think that the impact of the redevelopment is going to be significant. Now, if these property owners at some point say, look, we want to come into the VC world, they could assume petition for rezoning on a site-specific basis. We see that, from time to time here in the council. So I'm not troubled by that in that sense, but I do think offering them the degree of protection for setbacks makes some sense to me, as a matter of fairness. So on
But
the policy level, I prefer.
on the other hand, we have to acknowledge that it will negatively impact the opportunity in the core of the business district. And so where these are really matters, it seems to me. We did go through all the maps, parcel by parcel. We didn't understand this particular condition as we were doing it as a legal matter, but
Well, they did change it because that's one thing I looked at.
It wasn't changed.
No, in
It was-
VC
it
two,
was-
they did say.
it was new language because it wasn't clear before. So it was clarifying, this was the intent, the language, as a lot of the language was going into version 3 was refined and clarified.
And the one other thing I would just say here is that I think Councilor Wright always presents what could happen in the zoning as the maximum that the zoning allows. And I think we've shown time and time again with Teal in the test fits when we looked at Madison Avenue in Newtonville, is that the existing conditions, building code, various decisions that property owner makes means that things get chipped away. We're allowing a certain amount to provide flexibility. So I just want to also point out that what's presented is, this is going to happen and right here, that is often not the case.
It's a risk management.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
As it's currently presented, I'm not inclined to support this personally. It's very confusing, however, and a difficult thing to present if it's not mapped. It's the kind of thing that.
I can come back with a map.
I'm not asking you to do that, but you could. I'm not saying it's your fault. What I am gonna say though is I think if we had to deal with this item at full council, it would be very difficult, impossible. I think I counted on Councilor Wright's list 31 parcels. I did that because you had said it was 50 and I wanted to just see
Yeah,
where.
and I did clarify with them.
Yep, and so it's 31 parcels. I don't know how many of them are together so that how long it's gonna take to look at this. it would be, holy cow. And we have a lot of other, I think, simpler map amendments to make.
Yeah, there's about 13 locations.
13 locations.
Yeah, and some of them have 2, 3, 4.
So if we
More
finish
parcels.
by 9:30, could we finish the whole second page by 10?
Let's try.
10:30.
Well, a lot of things on
Okay,
page
I
two
really
are
wanna get
voted
this
on
done,
previously.
because I think you tell me if you think I'm wrong, I think this would be extremely challenging to take out of committee and try to do on the floor of the full council.
Well, I guess the question is there a sentiment in the committee to go through these parcels by parcel, or do you have a sentiment you don't wanna do it? I mean, that's what I'm just trying to
If
understand.
we don't, I mean, I think I understand the policy decisions that were made, and I think we have a very challenging pattern of development in Newton with, you know, odd things that have happened over time that don't fit into the zoning we have today. You know, so we have so many odd conditions, and I only mean the word odd as, you know, non-conforming to whatever the most recent zoning is, which is 1987, right? So, or maybe it's from 1953 non-conforming, or whatever, or not before the century, who knows? But so we have these conditions that have simply evolved over time, and we can't, it doesn't seem reasonable to me for any zoning to try to accommodate all of them. It would be easier to say, let's not have any zoning, and let's just see what happens. You know?
I don't think you have to go that far. I think that the simple question is, should these site-specific be MRT as a vehicle in order to protect them from what I would regard as an unanticipated adjacent structure of significant size? That's really the policy.
Wait,
And if
Well,
the council,
it's more than that, though, it's two ways.
so I was looking at one in Park Street, and the ones that you listed here in Park Street are already MRT, so making them MRT is not.
But they're up zone, I think, to BC.
No, the particular ones that you picked are all MRT now. They're across the street from a BC2, and one of them is next door to a BC3. But, so they're already MRT.
Are you looking at,
12, 28, 36.
I think we do, I'm sorry, I
those
think
are-
we need to go through these,
No,
we need to go
they're
through
not.
13.
I looked at,
Folks,
wait, I can't find the map anymore.
I'm gonna
The
say,
city,
let's go through these as quickly as we can. How about we do it this way? Apologies, Councilor Baker, but I think we got different,
let's do it and
Oh, they
let's get
weren't?
it done.
let's get it done. Let's get it done. Planning, you are able to go through the 13 locations, and I mean, we can vote them one location at a time, or we can just understand them. Can you go through the 13 locations and talk about the policy decisions in each case?
Could someone do that and come back in an hour? And because, no, seriously, so we could keep going.
Yeah, if we could go, if there's a way to deal with these,
We can pull up a map quickly and go through them so you can see them.
Okay.
while you pull up the map, I'll be back.
Getting a snap? All those people are home, they're having dinner, a glass of wine.
So the city, the individual and village maps are old. Is that what you're telling me?
online, the individual maps are,
Old.
yeah, you guys made changes.
Sorry.
quickly.
Sorry. So which maps are, the citywide
I
map?
think there was a citywide map sent out to everybody through template that
Yes.
is, that
Oh.
reflects the ones that we have.
Yeah, but
So
we
it's
don't
not
have
online.
individual village maps
Not online.
from the 10th.
Okay, never mind all that work.
The first one is 190 to 200 Sumner.
Is it our intent to go, when it goes to the full council, to have, also go through amendments, map amendments?
Not 206.
Because we would have to have the map up, right, and do it.
I think we're
Item by
planning a
item.
special meeting on October 15th.
November.
Sorry, November 15th, lost a month,
Yeah.
gained a month. planning will be with us. We'll invite them inside the rails so that if there are
Okay.
those
so-
kinds of amendments, I'm hoping that, most of the amendments that get proposed are of the larger scale, big picture nature.
I know we went through and trimmed quite a few. I know we downzoned a bunch in Ward 1.
So those lots are DC2 and they're just,
And they're used as residential.
yeah, I know. But, and previously were MR. Is
Yeah.
that what we were just looking at?
No.
No, this is a
something
different area.
Newton
This is Newton Center now.
So these are two
They're mostly
family,
two
yeah.
that are mostly all right up on the lot line
Oh,
already.
yeah, I know that area.
Yeah, 7,000 square foot lot.
There's some shops in the lower levels of these.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Actually
think
not
further
south.
closer to Langley.
I've seen
Yeah.
them track.
Yeah.
I leave fingerprints with.
I use the
Ansel's
assessor's
rental.
database and look at the use of.
Okay, so
Each of them.
I know Sumner Street here, did you say yes? I think there's shops in the, below these.
No, not on these four. So these are each two family. Do you wanna go to?
Do you have a street
Street
view?
view, the
Yeah.
street view
That's
on
on
the
Sumner
assessing?
Street? The
Yeah.
dog place isn't there?
It's
It
at
is,
2 or
yeah.
6.
It's across the street from a five-story
NCDF,
building.
That's right.
So it's
Oh,
these
yeah.
homes.
Castleman House.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Castleman House is right across the street, that's
So
it's 5 stories.
we're talking about these four two families.
Oh. Aren't those already MRC?
Seems they.
No, they're
No.
DC2. They're
Can you go to each side of them and across the street so you get a sense of the context?
I see, so we're just up from the shops, but then we're
Yeah.
across from Castleman House. Yep. Okay,
And it's not so much what's across from them, it's what could be built next to them.
So what's the size of these lots?
About 7,000.
Not big enough to do a EC2?
they're narrow. So it'd be tough, but,
Yeah, maybe if you combine two.
Yeah, I mean, in West Newton, we have, I don't know, 14 condos on a 13,000 square foot.
Again,
you go ahead,
If I may.
Councilor Denberg.
good, since this is Ward 6, my ward. Councilors Noel, Bowman, and I have gone through this very carefully. We feel that VC2 is entirely appropriate here because of what is across the street, and because of the fact that we are not zoning for just this decade. We're zoning for many decades down the road, and we cannot predict how many people there are gonna be living in Newton, whether we're going to need more housing right here. This is right in the middle of the commercial district, facing one of our major commercial streets, facing a 53-unit residential building and the old post office building. So I'm not willing to downzone this at all to anything other than what it is now.
Okay,
Okay.
we ready to vote on this?
Yep.
This is a block, okay? All those in favor of, I guess I'll do it Pam's way,
MRT.
of reducing this from VC2 to MRT, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Councilor Ryan?
Did we cut her off again?
Beacon Street.
Councilor Ryan, are you with us?
And then 1147.
Did
Some of these
there
might be
you go. She's there.
in center and some of
She
these
must
might
have
be
stepped away.
in Fort
Councilor
Worth.
Councilor Ryan?
I guess she's not voting on this one.
So 853, this is one that you voted at the last meeting, I think, to change to BC2. Or not the 1010, but this summer.
Which ones are we looking at?
The
This
two
is-
blue ones?
The two blue
It's
ones.
853.
What street?
Beacon. Or-
It's just 853.
Newton Center.
Bring up a photo.
Oh, this is, north of Center Street, I guess, yes?
Okay.
West.
It's on Beacon Street, so it's right.
Yeah, I think this is
in the
one.
heart there.
Yeah,
Just after the village.
this is right after the village.
Yeah.
So this is used as, I think, a commercial
Yeah, it's an office
property.
building.
That's
And
commercial.
you've got a
Very
two-family home here, and then you've got your,
So,
Yeah.
And show what's across the street.
oh, that's a
Yeah.
chiropractor
That's-
building.
Yeah, that's my chiropractor, was in there.
Okay. So it's the church and the church lawn.
The first building is medical offices, and the second building is saying it's a two-family.
Yeah.
Used as a
So
two-family.
we're talking about the two-family right now.
this is being proposed to be MRT.
Just that building we're talking
Yeah.
about?
Just that one.
Well, that's what, this is Pam, oh, just the
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
There's two parcels there.
I know, but
Yeah, but
this
that-
is
The proposal's just for one.
I'm only proposing for residential. If it's being used as office, I'm not proposing to downzone it. But they're using it as a family home.
Okay, comment on.
Go ahead.
Again, right now, it's being used as a family home. It's right next door to commercial. We can't predict that a few decades or a long time down the road, it won't be used as commercial. I think it's entirely appropriate to keep it VC2, and I would not vote to downzone it.
And besides, it's not gonna be impacted, I mean, if you're only proposing that one site, they're gonna decide what to do with their site. You're not proposing to change the VC2 to the right of it, which is
No.
what is going to impact it
So if it goes to MRT, they can't build within 20 feet of it.
which
but-
would make anything impossible on the site that's already commercial. Anything new, not that if anything's gonna change in the near future, they're both in pretty good shape, but,
Yeah.
okay.
Alright.
All right, all those in favor of taking that one lot and changing it from VC2 to MRT, please say aye. Opposed, nay?
Yay.
Nay,
Got your back, huh, Holly?
yeah.
Can I go back and get her vote on the previous?
No, we've already done it, yeah. Well,
So then-
let's just go forward.
Okay.
I think
Good, that's good.
there's a bunch of other properties on Beacon Street, but they're in Four Corners.
11:47.
Yeah, that whole north side there. Four Corners.
You're pretty damn fast with that accessory.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Really
so-
good at that.
Well, we did look at this.
I know,
So
I'm kidding
we
you,
didn't
I'm kidding
recommend
you.
it.
So it's pretty much all of those there.
Where is it?
All of what?
Oh, 11:29.
Do you wanna, yeah, 1123.
Right. So these aren't, I mean, there are some businesses in here.
That one
That's
is, I think.
contractor businesses and
Yeah.
tree guy over there.
Yeah.
These are, a lot of these, that was the
Yeah.
third reason. Some of these parcels are held in common ownership. Was another reason.
And
Okay.
show the streetscape.
So Beacon Street.
So I only put the ones that are used as residential.
So I think you had 11:29.
Did I?
Yeah.
Alicia, oh,
Okay.
Counselor Bowman?
Thank you very much. So I'm very familiar with this. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, my new headphones are a little weird. Okay, so these properties, I don't expect that they would change anytime soon, but just to the east of this is a beautiful set of cluster townhomes that have done an amazing job of fitting in with the community and providing amazing housing. And I see no reason why we would downzone these properties in a way that wouldn't allow these properties maybe to eventually be utilized the same way. I mean, some of these buildings are in better shape than others. I just see this, I would not agree about changing this to be MRT.
Yes.
I feel like that would be maybe unpopular with the people who own the properties there. I think it would be taking away a lot of value.
Right.
Thank you.
Counselor Danberg?
We also spent, the 3 Ward 6 councilors spent a great deal of time looking at these properties, looking at the streetscape, looking at what was on the other side of the street, and we came up with the decision that we would make them VC2, and I'm not willing to change that decision.
Okay, we're ready to vote?
Yeah.
All those in favor of downzoning all of these VC2 lots in Four Corners to MRT, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2. All those opposed, say nay.
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 Okay, that's 2-5. And that's Four Corners.
Street,
Corners, how are we doing?
The Newtonville property,
Going.
sorry, the Newton Corner
Yeah.
properties. 445 and 449.
Yeah.
We were looking
Oh,
at these before.
These are the ones we were looking at before.
You want to vote on?
Okay, we've already seen the streetscape.
Yeah.
457 is that large brick
The
building.
four family. and
Okay.
Prefer keeping VC2.
All those in favor of downzoning these 2 lots we just looked at a little moment ago on Washington Street from VC2 to MRT, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2. Opposed, nay.
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 Okay, 2-5.
Park Street.
2-5, that's,
That's on the other side of the
Ward 1,
pike.
right?
Yeah, we're in Ward 1 still.
So 12, this property was changed to MRT
Okay, it
in the
was.
10-10 meeting.
12, 28, and 36.
28 and 36, I believe, are still, which there's a rear, it's like a rear lot. I'll pull up the street view.
What's the yellow and the blue?
It's just this, so like,
It's when you select it, the first one you click is blue, the second is
Okay.
yellow.
All right.
so, you know,
3-decker.
Yeah.
Don't have too many of those in Newton.
so one of them is, I think the one you're talking about is a 3-family, right? Or it's a 4 to 8, it's a,
These are big lots.
Yeah.
I don't know
28
what's-
is a 6 unit, right?
this is 28, and what was the other one that was in this proposal?
36.
36.
It's a Mansard.
36 is a single family on a rear lot. Very odd lot.
Is that a rear lot subdivision or just, was that there before? Don't know.
Don't know. My guess is that was there before because the shape of the lot and the setbacks, that wouldn't comply, I don't think, with the current rear lot.
Whereas
Okay.
34 is a 5 unit, it looks like this, yeah.
34 is 5 condos, 28 is 6 apartments.
Condos, okay, so these lots are not likely to get redone.
No. Or 4
anytime
apartments at 28 Park Street, sorry.
Park Street, so 4 at 28 and 5 at 34 plus the rear building, whatever that
And
is.
the reasoning behind changing these, and the suggestion is to change them to,
So 36 and 28, so they're basically 2-family sized buildings. And
34.
36 is a single-family home. And so these other buildings, if they do tear down, could go right on the property line and be built to 3.5 stories.
Is this in Ward 1?
Yes, it is, Newton Corner.
Okay, that's what I thought. So this is on that block that we went sort of parcel by parcel a number of weeks ago.
We did, we were on the other side, the Washington side, where we downzoned several properties there.
Yeah.
That little 36, I've never really seen that because it's so far back. It's hard to see from the street.
And this is what's in front of it right now.
And then, Elmwood Street goes into the Underwood School.
So we're talking about 2 lots?
2 lots.
Proposed to be rezoned?
28 and 36.
Okay, are you ready to vote?
Yep.
Not 34, just 28 and
Yeah.
36. All those in favor of downzoning from VC2 to MRT, the 2 lots in Ward 1, thank you, that's very helpful. Please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2, opposed nay?
Nay.
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 Okay, that's Ward 1. Park Street. Okay, next.
27 Melrose Street.
Melrose.
Avondale.
Ward 4. Yeah, I know.
May have changed. previous map.
Is that right? I think we're seeing a pattern of, why you did what you did and what we did, because we have been through some of these lots.
Yeah.
Again, I would have made a different, I would have voted differently
You mean
if I knew.
I think this might be a typo in your
Yeah.
list.
Oh,
You might mean 278, which would have been, because there's no 27 Melrose.
Oh, no, there is, sorry.
27,
27 to
29?
29
Yeah.
Melrose Ave, not Melrose Street.
Ah.
So right above where you're
On the
clicking.
corner.
This one?
Nope, right above it.
27, 28 above it.
That one.
This new two-family.
Two-family.
Is that a back to
Yeah.
front kind of thing?
This is what we love to see.
Yes.
So along that section of Melrose.
Well, is this zoned MRT?
yeah, look at the map.
This was
Oh, so-
changed to
yeah.
MRT at the
Okay, it was
last.
changed, so that one comes
Alright.
out.
So we'll
Alright.
take that off the list.
So then we're going to Thompsonville, I believe.
Yep.
John Street,
Yep.
10, 14, 18, and 22.
So it's all those on the left side there.
And those are.
This is Thompsonville.
Yeah.
What are the addresses there? What street, I mean?
John.
Street.
John Street,
10, 14.
14, 18, 22.
So you had changed one of these.
22 at the request of the owner last
Right,
time.
this was changed to VC2 by you guys previously,
Because he wanted it.
because
Yes.
you wanted it. I mean, these were all noticed multiple times.
Counselor Bowman, did you have something else to say?
I did. I was just going to save Vicky from having to do all the talking. We did hear from the owner of 2224. They wanted to be included. And then the other properties, we kept them VC2 because we believe that that matches better with what already exists there, which is if you look at it, you go further to the right, we have a 4-story building, a 4-story, triple decker, no, to the other direction. The 2224, I think, is the other direction on the houses, if you look. We have some very tall buildings there. So we felt the VC2 was a really good bridge between 2224 and the VC3 at the corner.
And I would agree with that. We had a lot of discussion on this, and this is the decision we came to.
Yeah.
It's a 3.5-story
But-
house.
Yeah. So I think we're ready to vote unless,
Now, what about, the one on the left is one that's proposed for MRT?
Yep.
That seems to me appropriate.
No, it's,
Well, it's currently
Well, that's what I'm
VC2, the
proposing, yeah.
proposal is to change it to
no,
MRT.
it's VC2, is that correct?
Yes, yes, we're proposing those to go down to MRT.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I believe the goal was not to keep our zoning necessarily exactly like it is, but to create more housing opportunities. So if our goal is to create more housing opportunities by allowing this property, which I don't expect is going to turn over anytime soon, but when it's sold, allowing it to look more like the building to the right, or the buildings who will be taller to the left, rather than having very tall buildings and then some squat, 2-family, bungalows or small capes. I think if that's the opportunity here, I think that is a much better use of this property.
But as a
Thank you.
3.5-story house, 2 buildings that are 3.5 stories are currently MR zone?
Now VC.
No.
They're MR.
I believe this is the-
on the
This is-
underlying is
On the
MR.
underlying zoning is MR.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
But-
and hold on a second, please just let me
Yes.
figure out where I am. So, because going from the map to this,
We're right off of Route 9, so we're up a little bit.
so we're looking toward Route 9.
Away
No,
from
no.
We're
Away
looking
from
away from
Route
Route 9,
9.
oh, that's
Away
what I
from
thought,
Route 9.
okay.
There's Route 9,
There's Route 9, okay, so it's these intervening buildings that are
those right
older
there.
1.5-story homes that we're wanting to make VC2, so they have that option to be like the buildings to the right.
Yeah.
So,
And
got it.
As
And
MRT,
the
they could
Ward
be
6 counselors spent a lot of time looking at each and every one of these properties and looking through and determining, and I thought this was sort of settled. I'm happy to talk about it again. But if the opportunity is, if we're looking to create more housing, providing an opportunity here to match what's already existing in the neighborhood with a 3.5, up to a 3.5-story building, feels like a good fit here. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Also, we walked the street and we also noticed each of these buildings. We heard no negative feedback, so we feel that VC2 is appropriate here for the reasons that we've given.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Laredo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to note that earlier, after I spoke, I immediately got muted and I was trying to respond to your comments. So I don't know why that happened, but
I don't know.
what I'll leave, I've now heard from several of my colleagues the statement that we have no reason to believe that this particular property will be developed anytime soon. And I really have to caution against those types of statements unless and until someone has done the financial analysis of a particular piece of property to find out whether it would be demolished, added to or not, whether it would be combined with adjacent units or not. Otherwise, statements like that, frankly, are not based in fact. We have no idea whether a particular piece of property based on guesswork is going to be redeveloped in 2 years or 10 years. And I really think it's important for our discussion that we're very careful about those kinds of statements. As far as this particular issue, I really don't have any issues one way or the other, and I actually do tend to defer to the ward counselors on judgments like this. I think that's generally appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, President Albright and then Councilor Baker.
So you're right, we don't have any idea, but I can tell you that, I've said this before in committee, that the house I live in, Commonwealth Avenue is pretty much all SR. But the house I live in, the next door to it, and then across Lowell, those two houses have been zoned MR since 1953. They were rezoned as MR in 1953. And not one of those houses has changed in the last 70, whatever it is, years. So, yeah, we have no idea, but we have some experience to live by.
We know we have 2,000 units in the city that are in MR districts that are single family. Isn't that right? So that's a 4,000 unit capacity.
Do you want to just also explain the muting thing?
The muting thing, yeah. So Councilor Laredo, everybody is muted because we had a horrible Zoom bombing experience at the beginning of the meeting. And so that's why, if you're wanting to speak again, Jacqueline is just muting and unmuting.
No, I appreciate that. And I was here when we got Zoom bombed, which is of course horrible. Let me just respond briefly to President Albright. The whole justification, or one of the main justifications for doing this these VCOD overlay districts, and indeed the whole zoning initiative, is the belief that we should be developing in these areas. So to simply say, well, my particular house wasn't developed, means absolutely nothing as to whether these properties are going to be developed. And I would suggest that since we are creating rules that are designed to promote development, which is fine, I think it's an improper assumption to say, well, it's going to be done over time and don't worry about it. I just don't think that's factual.
Councilor Laredo, no one is saying that. I really think you're missing the point. What we're saying is that we have existing zoning that it is not taken advantage of today. That's just an example of how zoning generally works.
No,
I have to say something. Hold on. I have to say something here, and I know planning doesn't want me to use this example in a way because it's such guesswork. But there's two other communities who came up with a number of units they thought actually might be developed. Guessing, by, because as you just said, we don't know when somebody's going to sell or what they want to do with their property. But so they guessed in Brookline that they had to, they had a zone for something like 6,900 units approximately. And they guessed by looking at their street, it's all on Harvard Street, it's a little easier than our very complex puzzle. They guessed they would get 14 to 22% of those, I don't know, within a decade or two or something, or ever.
Decades.
Decades, over decades, they said. So we know we're not going to get all of what we zone for. We know it. But we just don't know and can't possibly know, where
So,
and
Madam
when
Chair,
that's
it's very interesting. They actually went ahead and did an analysis
No,
of what
they
they thought would get done in a decade.
You
We're
called
not
it
doing that.
analysis, you called it earlier a financial analysis, it is not that. It is going property by property and guessing,
They
okay,
did
like
that.
we did on Madison Avenue.
We
In
did it,
Newtonville.
Madam Chair, we did it in one small segment of the city. You just told us
Okay,
that.
we need to move on, Councilor Laredo,
Can I
I'm
just
sorry.
add one other
We have
comment,
a
please,
long
Madam
list
Chair?
here, and you'll have plenty of time to talk
Madam
about this
Chair?
in full council.
Madam Chair, you brought up the example of Brookline. Brookline just passed a proposal that was a compromise proposal that called for exactly what they need to do under a BTA zoning act. This proposal calls for double. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Laredo.
They have not gone to town meeting yet, and they have not released the number
Yeah.
of total units.
I know,
just to
I know,
be clear.
it's a very different situation in Brookline. Councilor Baker.
So I want to go back to these parcels specifically, and I'm sympathetic to the councilors from the ward and their views on the subject, but I think that part of the reason that I'm going to support the motion to keep them or make them MRT is that these particular sites are existing uses that, now Councilor Bowman has said we need more housing, so we want to encourage their redevelopment, and that's certainly a legitimate point of view. My view is that I don't want to discourage them maintaining their current use, however. And one way of assuring that is to assure that the developments that occur next door have the kind of setbacks that I think are responsible. So they can always, even MRT is going to have more development opportunity than they have now. But it's not the same as putting them, I think, in a forced sale opportunity situation where something large goes up next door that is going to be on the lot line. That's why I'm sympathetic to this objective. Now, Councilor from Ward 6, both of them have said otherwise, but I think that part of the challenge of our work is that this is really, as numbers have, I think, come to realize, while it's a zoning ordinance, it's a redevelopment planning model, which means that we expect the properties to turn over and be either used more intensively in adaptive reuse or be torn down and reconstructed, because you can't get the kind of housing objectives without doing that. But I think in order to do that, we will minimize the burden on the property owners who want to stay in their current use. And if they decide to go elsewhere, that's fine, but that's why I'll support it. I just want to understand and clarify that.
And are we ready
Okay, yes.
to vote?
Yes, please. Okay, all those in favor of reducing the zoning here from VC2 to MRT, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Hey,
Okay, that's 5.
Okay, I'll withdraw Jackson Street.
Great.
Okay, let's do Walnut Street now. Walnut Street sued the developer on the left of them because of the setbacks that we have now. And with the proposed zoning, they will be able to put the 3.5 stories right on top of the property line. And the
Let's see
we
where
just
we are on
understand where we
Walnut.
are?
It looks
This
like
was
we're.
where the special
Highlands.
permit was approved?
Yes, okay.
Yes.
All
It's
right.
1149? Yeah.
well, next
no,
door,
next door.
1149.
Are we in Newton Highlands now?
Yes.
Yeah, Highlands.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Let's get the property right.
So that belongs to the church, but they use it as
Right.
residential, and then next door to it was a special permit.
Right.
And the whole reason for that was the setbacks. And in the height right along the property line.
The whole reason for what was set back.
I
Of
think
a
what was,
lawsuit.
the approved special permit is essentially what would be allowed with a reduced, upper floor, because it has to be set back.
But with this lot as VC2, they can put VC3, 4.5 stories right on the property line.
No, with it being VC2, you
Yeah.
can't make it VC3 with.
No, the other lots next to it though.
But I thought you were
Okay.
proposing the other one.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, 3.5, yeah, they can,
Right,
they can
three
only
and a
do.
half. And
3.5.
there's already an approved project there.
But I don't think it was 3.5 on the property line. It
But-
was set back more.
Well, but I believe that project's going forward.
What's the proposal here? I'm not clear on this.
Make an MRT
On the church property, the one next to that, right?
To the
Yeah.
north of it.
to the
One
north
next
of it.
to it or that one? Which one?
Move the cursor to where we're looking at. putting
1141.
This is 1141.
Oh, that is, so then it's VC3 abutting it.
So you want the property between the VC3 and the VC2 to go down to MRT? I'm really not
Yeah.
understanding.
So this lot, next door is what, a 3.5 story or 3 story?
This is a 4-story special
4 story,
permit proposal.
okay, and it was set, there was some right along the lot line, but it was set back, it wasn't 4 stories right there. And what you're proposing with this being used as residential here is that they can do a 5-story tall building right on the property line.
You're not changing that, you're proposing to change
This
the
one.
church.
The church, so if it goes to
Oh, I see,
MRT,
yeah.
you get the 20 foot and 50 feet, things and stuff.
Okay, we looked at this carefully. We looked at this carefully and decided that VC2 was appropriate here, and I would not change that decision.
And the purpose of it too was to give the church property the options that
That's-
they have
That's
in
right.
VC2, which they will not have with an MRT zone.
That's right. That, we really need to give the church the opportunity, if they do want to expand that to VC2, to be able to do that, and
Bring
not
in other
take that,
uses.
opportunity away.
Yeah, they couldn't have any commercial uses if they were MRT.
Yeah, so they
But-
couldn't have educational programs or anything like that that's
Well,
outside of
if
the
it's,
church.
if it's outside the religious use, then
Right.
they would.
Yeah, what about the
Classes or
property
whatever.
north of it? And that-
That's the
I think-
church.
Oh, that's the church.
I think so. So the thing is, and the reason why this was, is that they did sue, they didn't want that tall building right next to them, which is less than what's being proposed. And they were happy with their zoning there. So I was just looking out for them, and I thought taking a lawsuit to that proposal.
Has that
kinda
lawsuit
sit in
been settled?
Yes.
Yes, okay, well, it's settled.
Mhm.
So I don't think we go back at this point, Counselor Wright, and say if it had been different,
But
then
they-
we need to
And
look at
there's a
this
project
differently.
that's going to be built.
Yeah, but they can change their mind now and put a 5-story tall building right on the property line, which the church
They
never
don't
wanted
have a
to.
special permit for that.
No, it'll be by right. They could
Well, it's
throw out their
VC, it's
special permit.
VC2, they couldn't do a 5-story
I
project.
thought that, no, it was VC3.
Okay.
So they could put 5 stories tall right on the property.
Who's that?
It's a Zoom bomber.
She did,
Zoom bomber.
again?
No.
No, I think
I think that was Councilor Bowman.
Councilor
Oh.
Bowman or Ryan was saying something.
Okay, Counselor Bowman?
So I just want to agree with Counselor Danberg that we looked really hard at these properties and we considered what the options were for, it is an attractive building and you think you might want to maintain it, but we also don't want to put the church in a position where we're limiting what they can do to financially stay stable. And we have the same issue with the beautiful Episcopal church next door is, you're tempted to say, let's make it MRT to encourage adaptive reuse, but we also don't want to tie their hands. So I believe either of these buildings would be, before anything happened to them, they would go under, they would, have to go to historic, and we would have an opportunity to discuss options with them. So I think the zoning, we should keep the zoning the way it is and continue to, to be available to work with them if we're concerned that it might be bigger than we would like. Thank you.
But it's by right, so we have no control
I'm
over it.
ready to call the question.
So they have to go to historic anyway.
No, this is the
Okay.
If these
Okay,
buildings
so
are historic.
The question has been called, we would like to get
Okay.
through this, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of reducing to MRT from VC2, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
It's still moving.
I just really wanna get done. No, because that's two in favor, not me. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Counselor Ryan?
1623, 1626.
Can you repeat the vote? I don't get this.
Okay,
Sorry.
there's a church next to it in Newton Highlands on Walnut Street.
I know that. So
Okay.
which way are we voting to?
The motion is to reduce the church property designation from VC2 to MRT.
Against the
Nay.
wishes of the Ward 6
Nay.
councilors.
Okay, she said it, nay. Okay, so we have 5 nays and 2 in favor. 2 to 5. How are we doing with the list?
We're close.
Getting there.
Yep, down to the corner there.
Oh, so is this still Newton Highlands?
Yeah, just go down to center, go down,
1629 and which one?
1623.
right at
For
Walnut
people
and
who are
center.
waiting, I just want to say Nonantum is right after this.
It's West.
Yeah, so Walnut and Center.
So they're used as 2 families right now.
Are we on West Street now?
Walnut and Center.
That's
Walnut.
right next to Bookbinder.
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah.
So the one in the corner and then the one,
Yeah,
just
next
one
to
up on Center, right?
That doesn't look like Bookbinder's building.
No, behind it.
Yeah.
It's next to it.
Center, this is Center Street, Walnut Street's right here, so if you're
Yeah.
going up this way, you're going
Ah,
up to
okay.
Newton Highlands.
And it's now VC2, what is it now?
But these are proposed as VC2.
And that was, as I recall, we downzoned the corner unit from VC3 to VC2 to transition. Let's see where we are there.
It's these.
Yeah, we downzoned all of those to VC2 to sort of transition to the neighborhood.
And what's the proposal to change which?
Those two
Proposals
just-
to change these two to MRT.
And you saw the picture, they're 2-family houses now.
So,
Okay, again, we looked very carefully at this. We have an opportunity here to create, through a possible down the road, 3.5 stories of housing, a block from the T. We agreed that this was a good idea, and we will stand on the VC2 for those 2 parcels.
okay. Ready to vote?
Yep.
All those in favor of downzoning these 2 lots to MRT, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Do you think we really need to vote anymore?
There's a couple more, the Newtonville ones
No, I
on
know.
Madison and Washington Park.
Just saying it's kind of.
Let's go to, I'll remove the Lowell Ave one.
Okay. So is there just
West,
one more then?
well, West Street is in Nonantum.
Can we leave Nonantum out of it,
Okay.
go to Nonantum when we go to Nonantum?
Okay, so go to Madison Ave, 103 and 100. I think they're across from each other.
They are.
There we go.
So is this the last one?
No,
No, one more.
We were
Okay.
looking at this before.
Yeah.
These 2,
No, the
No,
one across the
Across the street, 100, which is an eight-unit apartment building.
Yeah, 100 and 103.
And you want a downzone and how many unit apartment building?
It's 8.
8-unit apartment
Why
building?
would you do that?
well,
don't
this,
know.
you can't see this house because they blocked it from Google, but this is the other building, the
Why
100.
would you block it from Google?
You can ask,
Yeah.
You can ask for
Yeah.
privacy?
Yeah.
Wow.
but it's a 2-family home, and then the other side is, this apartment building.
8-unit building.
Is it
Okay.
a single family? I thought it was single.
But you can see it on the assessor's database.
I think 103 is 2, possibly
Yeah,
3
you wanna
families.
Just do the single family business?
Was it?
Yeah, okay, we'll take out the other one, the 100, I think.
But this mystery lot, 103, you're voting on.
Can you see, on the assessor database, it doesn't show it?
Yeah. It shows on the assessor data.
Oh, boy, folks, really? Okay. All right, so we have one lot that we're considering. Can we maybe look?
103 is a two-family home.
It says condo.
Well, it's two families, I don't know if it's rental or condo.
Assessing says condo.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
so
what
it's
it
two
is.
condos.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's across the street from that apartment building. It feels like,
Eight unit?
it feels like, what do we have it as, VC2?
Yeah.
It feels right to leave it as VC2.
So the problem is, it's not so much what's on that lot as what can be built next to it. And so you can see the other lot right there, which is 3.5 stories, and again, right on the property line. And so they'll not get sun in their backyard after, 12:30. I see it as a quality of,
They'll get sun in the afternoon, right? That's the worst.
I think of the quality of life that they would have. And if it's MRT, they could add on and have 6 units in there. So it's not like it's not gonna stay as a 2-family. They have options there.
How many square feet is that lot?
It's 47, I think, 4,700.
You
It's a
can't get
small
6
lot.
units on
It's
4,700.
4,700 square feet. So I would leave it alone. The breakpoints are always gonna be difficult, and that's
It's
the
all
case
about
all over the
edges.
city.
Yep, it's all about edges.
Vote.
The edge is gonna be somewhere. All those in favor of downzoning this one lot to MRT, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Counselor Ryan?
Washington.
Hey.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
And one right over there, yeah, 105. This will be the last one. This is a single family.
Madison, right?
It's just one block from it.
It's basically the same location, but a block down,
Yeah.
Up.
a block
And it
away.
has a very large complex of apartments across the street from it. Now, I think they're 2-story apartments, as I recall.
Again, this is not about across the street. This is on their property line.
That's a nice house.
Yeah, it's a nice house.
Yes, but then they can have, 57 feet tall building on their property line.
I forget the size of this lot.
This is a 10,000.
10,000.
Yeah. And what's next to it?
It's the
Like a
parking lot.
Big parking lot.
Is that what used to be Brewers Coalition,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think is that
No,
VC3?
This is VC3 because this is on Walnut Street.
Okay.
right on Walnut Street.
So,
Actually, the lot might be VC2.
Actually, yes, it's all VC2.
Oh, it's VC2, not VC3.
I think that was reduced.
So right behind this 105 is that 8-unit apartment building. It directly abuts it. So I think we're okay with this building in VC2.
I think Washington Street will be redeveloped and they'll have a 4-story building right on their property line. But let's just vote it. I know what it's gonna be.
All right, all those in favor of reducing this one lot to MRT, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2, all opposed, nay?
Nay.
Hey.
That's it.
Okay.
We're gonna have to come back to 9 West.
Okay. I'm gonna stop.
Okay, that's it for that.
Okay, good luck summarizing this, Ms. Norton. Um,
Well, that
Um,
one's easy. It was all
yeah.
night.
We don't have a meeting on Monday, right? Except another week and a half.
Yeah, that's right. We gotta keep going over on that.
Okay, we can turn the page over now.
Yeah.
And Nonantum is up. And we have, I'm gonna go to John Oliver and the Ward 1 counselors first. Is John Oliver still here? Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
John
John can, we had a discussion earlier today, came to some consensus. John Oliver can talk about it.
Counselor Oliver,
Yeah,
would you like to propose your amendment for Nonantum?
Yep, everybody can hear me all right?
No,
Little soft.
turn.
It's on our end.
Okay, go again.
You guys can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Fabulous. So the conversation is kind of an amalgam, I think, fair to say, of a couple of different proposals that are in our packet. But the crux of it, and correct me if I go astray here, anyone, but the idea is that we would like to take the current proposal, right, the proposed map under version 3, and remove all of the VC2 proposed lots east of Adams Street off of this map. In other words, remove them. Yep, great, thank you. You're doing that so much more artfully than I was able to do today on the map. But the idea here is to remove these lots from this proposal due to the presence of the shaded purple areas that are north of Watertown Street. Thank you. And the other guy there, yep, those two. Those areas are currently zoned manufacturing. We would like to propose that the planning department have the ability and time to complete their research or study of the manufacturing district to better assess what we could do in those shaded purple areas that would benefit the Nonantum Village Center. So the proposal at this point is to remove the highlighted or circled in yellow VC2 lots, and to be able to identify and come back to the table with a proposed timeline. And I don't think we landed on the specific timing of that today, but correct me if I go astray or add that here in a minute, to complete that study and then come back to the table with a phased rollout that would address, or a phased plan that would address what to do with those shaded purple areas. And perhaps other areas in and around the Nonantum Village Center. That's probably the most graceful way I can think to summarize what we said and what we talked about.
Yes.
And I'm obviously, I can barely hear what's going on in the room right now. Somebody's talking, but that's, my assessment of what we talked about.
Thank you. I'm going to call on the other two Ward 1 councilors first, Councilor Greenberg and then Leary.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. This is very similar to the amendment I suggested last SAP meeting, but I think it's better because we are keeping the MRT east of Adams Street, so I think that's an improvement, and I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Greenberg. Councilor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we kind of thought long and hard about this. We've been thinking about Nonantum and how some of its unique features as a village, which Councilor Oliver touched on, was the expansive manufacturing zone that surrounded it. And as you may know, we already have a docket item to study our manufacturing zones. And there's tremendous opportunity for housing there. So this, I see this as a deferral or a delay in order for the planning department to complete a study on the manufacturing districts and then come back to us with some suggestions which would better influence our decisions on VC2, the village center zoning. Keep in mind, we're still keeping west of Adams Street as VC2. And we're, as Councilor Greenberg said, we're still keeping the MRT. So we felt like this was the best decision for us at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ryan and then, Albright.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. After our last, SAP meeting, I met with some of the residents in Ward 1. Yes, I traveled all the way across the city to meet with residents of Ward 1.
I've made that drive, it's a long way.
Yeah, it was a long way. I almost stayed overnight. You know, I had breakfast. It makes sense. It just makes sense. And they're not talking about anything west of Adams Street, which I said we gotta keep that, and they agreed. So, and I never even thought of all that manufacturing. At one time in my life, I did live in down the lake. So I never thought about all that manufacturing, a lot of empty buildings, and I'm going to support this amendment. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ryan. Councilor Albright and then Danberg.
So I like the fact that you've left the MRT in this time. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I just want to say that Nonantum is in a unique position, that no other village in Newton is like this, where that it has all this manufacturing, where it's not being used to its full potential, and it's right there in the village. So it really should be studied, and I think this is the right way to go.
Thank you. Councilor Danberg.
I'm gonna support this too. I think that it's a definite improvement to leave the MRT in. I think that I agree with everything that all of the councilors have said up until now. We have a unique opportunity in Ward 1 because there is a very large manufacturing area that, having toured it for the first time a few weeks ago, I could see that it makes a lot of sense to look at this area for redevelopment, and there appears to be a lot of Ward 1 support to do that. So I will be supporting this item.
Thank you. Okay, so I will be supporting it as well. I'll just make a comment. I think, we said, I know we, at our last meeting, said what a good idea the manufacturing district review is, but that we can't incorporate it into this zoning, and it may require its own, but I think looking at it makes a lot of sense, and we are going to wrap it in early in the new year, as we said, to the study that was done on the other side of Nonantum along Bridge Street. So the item before us is simply, with all of that said, the item before us is simply to eliminate the VC2 to the east of Adams Street, all of the VC2, eliminate it to the east of Adams Street. What I'm not 100% clear on is I know there's the intention of seeing what happens with all the rest of that work, but there's not a time frame within which, or do we
We
want?
talked about allowing maybe about a year, we're estimating, for the planning department to study the manufacturing. So there's not an exact timeline.
So I know that we have a lot more discussion to have, which we'll probably have in full council, about the possibility of phasing. So what I'm hearing though is that this is an item to eliminate, and there would need to be a new docket item to come back once the manufacturing district work is done and understood and so forth. Is that what we're proposing, is to have a new docket item?
That is how I understood it, yes.
Well, no, I know, but if so, there's two ways this can happen. One is you can put an effective date for implementation of this portion of the map, since the intention is to go back and after the manufacturing district, or which then would be an automatic implementation. So if you didn't want to do it, you'd have to take it out. or in the future.
Yeah, I don't think we're intending to do an automatic implementation at this point
Okay.
because we don't have the timeframe.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
So-
and if anyone disagrees with me, any of my colleagues in Ward 1, they can let me know.
No, I think,
You know,
okay.
I'm having a hard time kind of hearing everything going on in the room, so I apologize if I'm repeating something we just heard. But I think that the idea is to figure out how long we need to complete that study and then come back to the table with recommendations for the phased approach.
Okay,
Yes.
so the item before us is to eliminate the VC2 east of Adam Street.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
ready to vote? Vote,
Just
Councilor Baker?
clarify, that doesn't throw us out of bounds.
No, it doesn't count at all.
Because it doesn't count at all.
Doesn't count at all toward the MBTA communities. So, okay, are we ready to vote on this?
Yep.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
A
Or
unanimous
abstentions?
vote.
Oh my God.
Unanimous vote, okay. So we have some of our work cut out for us early in the new year.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Counselor Oliver, for joining us for that item.
Okay, number 4, I'll remove because I was using the maps of 3.0 and not the updated map.
Okay, so.
And number 5, I'll remove. It was pretty much the same way, but that was cleaner.
Okay, so we are removing Counselor Wright's 2 items, and that means we're going on to Newtonville. Now, we have something from Counselors Wright and Lucas and Norton for a number of lots in Newtonville that we reviewed in the summer. The italic note on our list. So the lots are, I think I can read them because there's not so many. The idea here was to reduce from VC3 to VC2 properties along Walnut Street. 456 to 460, 304 to 306, 308 to 322, 303, 305, 309 to 321. And then number 162 Lowell Avenue and 911 and 899 Washington Street. So what we did in the summer is we took these lots up in groups and all lots failed 2 to 6 except for the 162 Lowell Ave, which was changed to VC2 by an 8 to 0 vote. Thank you for doing this, Mr. Lamel, because it's very helpful to have this all in hand. So the 162 Lowell Ave already is VC2.
Can we look at the map?
Yes.
So I'm generally sympathetic to the objectives, but I am, there's some new information.
That's what I was just going to ask. Is there any new information that the committee would want to hear about this package of?
So one thing I'll let Counselor Lucas and also Norton talk about it, but I want to get back to is West Newton and Newtonville provides 4,200 units of the 8,300 that is required, which is about half. And the other ones, not as much. What we hear on the north side, when they've done the, when they ask the residents, they'd like to see 4 stories in the core village center. So this is pretty much putting 4 stories along Walnut Street and later on in the core in West Newton. But the other counselors from this ward can talk about it more.
Councilor Lucas has his hand raised.
Okay, Counselor Lucas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, good. I submitted 3 amendments. Which amendment are we taking up first?
Oh, I just read all the properties along, it's a lot. It's
The rest of Walnut Street.
the rest of Walnut Street and 2 properties on Washington Street.
Well, he has a motion to remove all MRTs on court, so.
The changes of
I don't see
VC3
that.
to VC2. Yeah.
Sorry?
Number 8, under Newtonville.
He's got another one, just to
Oh, yeah.
clarify.
Oh, I see, okay, so no, we're on the one where you want to, reduce from VC3 to VC2. A long
Okay,
list of
thank, no,
lots.
go on.
Sorry?
Can I speak to it?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. So Walnut Street. The proposal that I submitted was VC3 to VC2. That part, I did submit this amendment earlier this year. I think Zach took it up in the summer.
Yeah.
I will say this, there was very little discussion on my amendments. There was a vote on my amendment, but very little discussion on it. And I would like to have that now. Walnut Street, oh, you're highlighting it, good. That part of Walnut Street is in the Washington Street Vision Plan. The Washington Street Vision Plan is part of the city's comprehensive plan. That Washington Street Vision Plan, which cost the city $500,000 and produced a 4-story maximum building height in that area, it was a promise from the mayor's office, the planning department, the principal group, and the city council, and many other community stakeholders who advocated for it, to recommend a 4-story maximum building height on Walnut Street. That was a promise. That's how I took it. I filed these amendments to make sure City Hall keeps that promise. And it is a narrow street. It is not Washington Street. It is Walnut Street. It is a narrow street. A lot of folks who live in Ward 2, Newtonville, are concerned of the 5-story buildings, which would create a, as I wrote in my amendment, a canyon-like effect on that small section on that narrow road of Walnut Street. So the amendment that I proposed is to go from VC3 to VC2 on certain parcels on Walnut Street. And that is all I have to say for that first amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Norton?
Yeah, I just want to back up what Councilor Lucas said, that obviously much of Newtonville is getting upzoned significantly, and I'm comfortable with that. But I do think that we would, you know, that along Walnut would be a place to be more consistent with the vision plan, which obviously a lot of thought and work went into, because it is so much narrower, and we can leave the higher heights for along the Mass Pike, as that's already starting to happen. So to me, this seems like a pretty minor change, and I would hope that the committee would view it favorably. Thanks.
Okay, anybody? Councilor Albright?
So, have you analyzed how many units we'd lose, or no? So you don't have any idea?
We don't, but I would say, you know, we're at 9,300, I would think we'd be all right, if you change these to VC2.
You're just losing a floor, so you can take the square foot of the lots basically and divide it by 1,000, then you'll be able to
Yeah,
find
because none of these lots you could max out the size of the building. It goes from a 15,000 square foot to a 10,000 square foot per building, but that's probably not an issue for any of these lots.
Yeah.
So my other question is.
You'd be okay. I think I would be, say, an educated guess would be you'd be fine.
Okay, so my other question is, in the land vest, when the land vest did their analysis of what it would take to remake these 1-story buildings into something taller, did they comment on this particular area?
It didn't look specifically here. I mean, they felt at the core, you really needed the 4.5, particularly because you want to get that ground floor retail, and we are requiring ground floor retail here. I think if you want to see something happen on these lots, you probably need to provide 3.5 stories of housing above the retail, but.
Yeah, I think what I would say to this is that the goal here is to, one, VC3 is 4.5 stories. So going from 4 to 4.5 through different economic changing times through additional analysis that was done. I think if we want to see, just using, let's say, the west side of Walnut Street, there's 5 lots there. I think the economic conditions of going from VC3 to VC2 will make it much more favorable to merge those lots together and build one 3.5-story building. Versus if you allow VC3, I think you could see maybe 2 lots merging together and building a 4.5-story building. And then down the road, maybe, you know, another lot smaller. So I think it depends on how you want to see things develop. What we had heard as well is you don't want kind of monolith buildings, you want more texture, you want more granularity, and that comes from allowing these smaller lots to develop.
Okay, and one last question, the first building on Walnut Street at the corner of Walnut and Newtonville is already, that's the Mason's building.
Yeah.
That's already how tall?
5 stories.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a pretty steep
Yeah, it's
pitched
pretty,
roof.
yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, I can't support this, the only, I could possibly support doing just the west side of Walnut Street as VC2, but certainly not the side that has the Mason's building on it.
That's interesting. Councilor Wright?
So I did a quick calculation, so on the west side would be about 42 units we'd lose, and on the right side, I didn't do the Masonic Temple because that's landmark, and the likelihood of that going down is slim. So the other 2 lots would be about 18, and being a story lower actually gives more prominence to the Masonic building there, and I think it should go down to VC2.
That's interesting. I would take the Masonic building out of this.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, that would be my suggestion too.
Yeah, it seems crazy to make that to.
It's 5.5 stories.
Anyway, yeah. Also, I have the opposite sensibility about the space as you do, Councilor Albright. I would have, because you've got VC3 all along Austin Street, which makes perfect sense to me. And then the sun comes up from the east, if you're concerned about that sort of thing. I happen to have the drawing on a board right here that was done of Walnut Street with the maximum possible development. Doesn't look like a canyon to me, but if I wanted to vary the roof shapes and so forth and do what Councilor Wright just said, which is to, you know, the Masonic Hall is a very prominent building and you want to emphasize its prominence, then the only 2 lots I would consider zoning down to VC2 would be the 2 lots to the east.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, okay, one side or the other, I'm fine with that.
They're small.
Yeah.
And you know, and the lots behind them, I mean, I don't know, they're relatively small, so.
Yeah, I was trying
In
to
the
get one
spirit of
side.
compromise,
Right.
I would go with that, but I'd leave the other side of the street alone. You got that big block of VC3, of course, Austin Street's 68, is it 68 Austin Street?
28.
28 Austin Street is 68 units, is already developed, that's not going anywhere. So, I would leave that alone though, because it makes sense for the future when we talk about what might happen with the Star Market lot and all that, which is over 30,000 square feet and would need a special permit anyway, but that's how I would approach this if we wanna do something that helps to give, thinks about the architecture of the space.
Yeah, can I just say that I like the comment from Councilor Wright and your comment that setting off the Mason's building by reducing the height. I was looking for one side of the street or the other, and I picked the wrong side. I think I agree with both of you that that would be the side to reduce. And I think that would help the Mason's building for whatever develops in the future. I know they would like to have some reduced height there, so yeah.
Okay, Councilor Lucas and Norton and Wright. Can we take this as 2 separate votes? If you're.
Can I say something real quick?
Yep.
I don't know who proposed it, but yes, I can withdraw my amendment to the Masonic building that's in the top right. yellow. You can put a giant X or a small X through that. But again, with regards to my amendments, I would prefer I guess that's all 7 parcels remaining in red to be VC2, because it was a promise for the Washington Street Vision Plan. It was a promise.
So,
Can you divide the question also?
yes, I think we'd like to divide the question though, because otherwise you're gonna get, if you insist on us voting on all of them together, you won't
Yeah, okay.
any of them. And I think some of us, don't see the Washington Street Vision Plan as a promise, but rather a recommendation. As I recall, it was sort of cartoonish. I mean, there were areas sort of defined in blocks of color, it was not zoning. But never mind, I just think we have a different way of seeing this, and so I think that you're getting a compromise if we just leave the Masonic building alone, and we take those 2 lots on the east side of Walnut Street and vote on those separately. I'm hearing a lot of consensus here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the proposal is to reduce from VC3 to VC2 the 2 lots as shown on the map on Washington Street. The numbers are 304 to 306 and 308 to 322.
Yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You get it. So the east side of the street is what you want. And the left side of the street are lots 12 Austin Street and got in trouble with this.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I don't think 12 Austin Street was included.
Yeah, I don't think.
303, 305, and 309 to 321.
You have.
Okay, we're just on Walnut Street.
It's circled. It is circled on the.
Oh, okay,
the
didn't
memo.
make it into the.
Sorry, that's my
Okay.
fault.
So
12 Austin
Counselor Lucas, Norton, and Wright, did you mean to count 12 Austin
Yeah,
Street?
it's on-
Yes.
it's on-
Yes.
It's
You
on.
did, okay. So you want to take this all as one vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the 3 parcels along Walnut Street, Jacqueline, I'm just gonna let you pick those up, okay, the numbers?
Okay.
And plus 12, Austin Street, proposal to downzone from VC3 to VC2, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
2 opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, it's a 2 to 5 vote. All right,
So
thank you.
Can we take a sense of where we are, because I've got to get up early and
I
I'm
know,
out here at 10:30.
we're getting there, we
Getting
have
there.
our,
Okay, I'm gonna remove number 7.
you're gonna remove number 7, that just got us halfway down the page.
Lucas and Norton though has Court Street next.
Okay.
Were there more in that one?
Is there something on Lowell?
There was not.
That's been removed, I think?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yes.
What about Washington Street 911 and 899?
Yeah, these 2 are on.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, there's still, Lowell was already voted, so that's why that comes out.
This.
Washington Street, 911 and 899 is, are we on that map now?
Yeah.
Okay.
These 2.
We had a conversation about that this summer. It was a long conversation, as I recall, but I'm gonna leave it up to the, who wants to speak to this proposal?
Is that that's not the post
No.
office.
No,
It's
it's
just
a garage.
It's the gas
It's a
station.
gas station.
Yeah.
So the proposal is from Wright, Lucas, and Norton to turn that from VC3 to VC2, that's a gas station?
And isn't it a beauty?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So who wants to speak to this?
I will start. So the lot right next to it, right above it, was one of the ones that I wanted to go down to MRT. It's actually a 3-family, and having VC3 right here, that would put 5 stories or possibly 6 stories right tall, right on their property line, and it's being used as a three-family. Going down to VC2 would at least get them 1 story less. And then this would be, this is south of them, so that's tend to block more of the sunlight too.
What's the MRT that you're talking about?
Well, no, it's not MRT, it's VC2, but it's right above it.
We didn't change that.
Oh,
We had a
okay.
But it's,
conversation about it.
and if you take a look at that house, it's like a Victorian type
But this
house.
was proposed this summer, changing this
Yes.
lot from VC3 to VC2.
But that was before we found out that they could build right on the property line with this being VC2. I mean, that changed all my votes this summer with that change. Not all, but many.
Okay, Counselor Lucas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so in this area, you have the Trio development, which we all know about. You have a 17-unit condo building on the other side of Lowell Ave that's currently proposed to be VC2. And if you go down another block, you have we approved a special permit for a 28-unit condo at the Oakley Spa. This part of Newtonville is seeing a lot of development. And this is just a modest request to change it from VC3 to VC2. You can still do, your 3.5 stories. You can still do your mixed use here. Also, this intersection, Lowell and Washington, Councilor Norton and I presume President Albright are well aware that this is a very dangerous intersection. I was driving through it the other day and I almost witnessed a car crash. I think I would not recommend a high intensity use for this intersection, which is another reason why I proposed VC2 in this area. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Norton?
Yeah, I just concur with all of that. And then also, this is just so close to so many just regular residential homes on Lowell Ave. It just seems reasonable to me that we would keep this whole area, this whole slice of Lowell as VC2. It's still bigger than what's there now. So it's not like it wouldn't see any upzoning at all, but I think it would be more reasonable. This part of the city has, as you know, because of Trio in particular, has seen a significant change. So I think that would be reasonable and an accommodation to the people that live in that area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Counselor Leary, then Danberg.
I just say that I agree with your assessment and I think it's reasonable. I have no opposition to moving it to VC2.
Counselor Danberg and then Bowman.
I see the reasoning here, but one of the things that we need to remember, and Councilor Bowman has pointed this out, is that this being a gas station is probably going to need a lot of mitigation. It's going to have soil contamination, and that's a very expensive thing to do. So the question that I would pose to the proposers is, would a VC2 allow a redevelopment? And would there be enough money generated so that it would make it feasible to do all the mitigation that would need to be done to a gas station lot?
It's more for planning, I think.
I mean, we don't know what the soil conditions there are or what remediation would cost. That's a little outside our wheelhouse.
But it is expensive.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, folks, I would like to move to a vote on this, if we could, but I have President Albright and then Counselor Oliver.
So I'm actually okay with this because then it makes that line, which is the post office, which isn't going anywhere for a long time, but it makes the VC2 at the edge of the area. I mean, it is on Washington Street, so it can take the height. On the other hand, we've created an edge except for that little corner, so I'd be okay with making it VC2.
Okay, Counselor Oliver?
Did that work? I didn't know if I could unmute myself.
You're here.
Yeah, great, super, thank you. I'm persuaded by the simple fact that intersection is a little bit hairy. And if you look around, we've already got an ocean of red here. I would completely think that this would be a very reasonable shift from red to blue.
Okay,
Or
Counselor.
VC3 to VC2.
Sorry. All right, thank you. Counselor Norton?
Seem to be.
Yeah, I had put my hand up after Counselor Danberg's comment, just, but it sounds like that's where the committee is going, or at least I heard, I think, Ms. Kyra. It's totally speculative what's underneath, just because it's a gas station. It might be contaminated soil, but there's a lot of industry in this part of the city historically, so there could be contaminated soil everywhere, or there might be not here. So I would urge the committee not to vote based on that. Thank you.
Okay, we ready to vote? All those in favor of reducing these two parcels, I think there, from VC3 to VC2, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Nope, there we go. I know that Councilor Baker is eager to understand if we intend to finish this tonight. Let me say something to the committee, and then I would love to hear from you. I understand if somebody has to leave, I know you have an early morning appointment. On the other hand, for the rest of us, we have very little time to get this done. We have a half a page of amendments. If we think we could possibly go through them fairly quickly and try not to repeat things we've already done, we could finish this tonight. We could push ourselves to get out of here by 11. Or we will need to schedule another meeting. And next week otherwise is a week we have off. From a lot of things as we're approaching the election, which only involves a few of us, so maybe you don't care. So I guess I'll poll the committee who would like to stay and finish tonight.
Stay and finish.
Yeah, let's try till 11 and see if we can get it done.
Okay, Councilor Ryan, you can stay with us till 11?
Yeah, I'll stay till 11.
Okay. Now, Councilor Baker, I totally understand if you don't want to be here for every vote. It's,
Madam Chair, if you get us out of here at 11, I'll stay till 11.
okay.
All right, but may I make a procedural suggestion?
Tough love, right?
No, I guess my question is that I'm sympathetic to counselors who haven't had their amendments heard before. In a sense, they're new to us. So while the planning department has ordered these in this way, I wonder if it would be appropriate to at least extend the courtesy to colleagues who haven't been part of this discussion.
Yeah, there's one more in Newtonville though.
There is one more in Newtonville,
On
which
Court
has
Street.
not been heard yet.
And then
Many
go to
we've
Robin.
already, it's a good idea, Councilor Baker, many of the things we've gone through have been heard before, at least in some form. So, I can go from, removing MRT lots along Court Street, and then from there, it looks like I gotta go to Newton Center for some new proposals, but we could go to, Woburn was discussed earlier too, but it's a
One of them is new.
plea from a Ward 5 councillor. So yeah, I'll try and do that. I'll jump ahead a little bit. Councillors Lucas and Norton proposed removing all MRT lots along Court Street. Could we go to the map, please?
Sure.
So, I'm interested to hear your rationale for this. Councilor Lucas or Norton, who's first?
Lucas.
Councilor Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the amendment is to remove the MRT zones on the south side of 4th Street, right there in green. The amendment was in the packet. I've listed the reasons. There are several reasons. And let me just start off right now. I got a phone call today, which is not in the amendment, from the lawyer who represents Foilston Properties. And they are going to go chapter 40B on, technically the address is Court Street, but you could say it's McGuire Court and Craft Street. They're proposing to build 300 multifamily housing units. You can't really see it on the map right here, but it's going in right behind it. I just want to throw that out right now. But the other reasons which I listed in my amendment is that there is a lot of MRT in Newtonville, and I mean a lot. And I calculated 86 in Newtonville. In Auburndale, there are 20 lots zoned MRT. In West Newton, there are 30 lots zoned MRT. Both of those village centers have commuter rail stations, and Newtonville has a count of 86. This would drop the MRT from about 86 to 66 MRT lots in Newtonville. This part of Newtonville here has also seen a lot of development. We have the Craft Street senior housing going in probably in 1 to 2 years. And there's a 40B right now already on Court Street. And there's just been a lot of development, a lot of rezoning in this immediate area. So that is why I requested to remove the MRT. And I believe we will still be able to rezone Whole Foods and Marty's because you still have a contiguous line in the blue to get down there. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Norton.
Thank you. So Tariq spoke very well. I'll just add, for those who haven't been to Court Street, it's a special area. It's, I know that if you haven't been there, it looks like, oh, it's, near, it's near manufacturing stuff. It's near Cabot's. It's here, like, who really cares? It's got the marijuana dispensary. Who really cares? But for the folks who've lived there, they've got the marijuana dispensary, the new development, the new 40B from a few years ago, as Tariq mentioned, the development that's coming now, as I got the call from that other developer today, from Mr. Stearns, that additional development. So this, for the folks who live there, they feel like, what is it about our neighborhood that, everyone's got it in to change the way we are? They've already seen a lot of change. They will see more change. So to me, it seems very reasonable that we would remove this. As I think was discussed earlier, there is an equity component to how much density the north side of the city has already borne and is bearing with this rezoning. So to me, it seems like a reasonable thing to do to remove the MRT here. In addition, just think about if you were living there. Half of the street gets rezoned, the other half doesn't. Many of these folks have lived there for decades. They know each other very well. They're close. It's just, it doesn't feel right to me. So I would urge the committee to remove this. We will still be able to be in compliance. Newtonville will still be getting a lot of upzoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Norton. And just a question about something you said. You said half the street is getting rezoned and the other half isn't. Are you talking about the north side of the street?
No. Yes, the
And-
north side.
And is that, why is that a problem? Is that
Ask it.
I'm sorry?
She can't speak.
Oh, she can't
Sorry,
speak.
she can do herself.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so if you don't, let's see, many people in the committee view this all as positive. But for those who don't, which many of the people who are living in these zones don't, then it looks like, oh, you still get to, maintain the way your neighborhood is right now, and we don't. So to me, it wasn't me who came up with this. This was said to me by the folks on Court Street.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Albright.
So there was some confusion a question that was asked about this area at the Newtonville meeting, at your meeting last week, Councilor Norton. And there was a misunderstanding about what this would mean. So, and I think when she found out that there were setbacks, there was all kinds of protections that she didn't know about. She felt better about it being MRT. So I wanted to make sure that that's considered. There are, some of these lots are small, very small. They're not gonna go anywhere. And one of them is a parking lot for the marijuana shop. Am I not correct about that?
I think that's blue, isn't it?
Yeah,
No, it's a lot, it's a house lot?
It's right there on the corner.
yeah,
Harvard.
it's VC two.
Okay, the parking lot is in the VC2, but some of these lots are very small, and I really think that this is some single family, some already multifamily in here, and it seems very appropriate to leave this as MRT.
What's the underlying zone?
It's
MR.
MR,
It's multi-residence.
Multi-resident.
it's all MR.
So, I recall the woman who, was concerned that the MRT zone, because it's a new zone, even though it's all residential, wouldn't benefit from the kinds of setbacks that, are in place to residential property, and the MRT zone is included in that. When she understood that, she basically said, never mind. I think I don't know if that's the only person you're hearing from, I imagine you're hearing from other people, but could it possibly be a matter of misunderstanding, because there are required setbacks to all residential zones and not only our existing residential zones. If it's an all residential zone, which MRT is, the VC2 and VC3 properties have to set back from those property lines 20 feet minimum, and actually you can't have VC3, you can't have anything more than 3.5 stories within 50 feet of that property line. Those protections are for all residential districts.
So Councilor,
Would you like to, go ahead, Councilor Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The woman in question who you were referring to, said to me to, file the amendment to change it from, MRT back, or basically to take out the MRT. And it wasn't, just her, it was several other residents who reached out to me when I told them I was gonna propose the amendment to, remove the MRT. And yes, I think, Councilor Crossley, you are correct, that the MRT does have, setback protections, and that was her question. She was confused, as was I, if you would still have the setback protections with the MRT zone. I followed up with Mr. Lamel, and he, reaffirmed that. So, I also want to say that too. So, thank you.
Okay, I think, Councilor Norton, are you wanting to speak again?
No, that Tariq covered it, thank you.
Okay, all right, I think we're ready to vote, are we? Councilor Leary?
I just wanted to make sure that if the concern was, issues around being overwhelmed by the buildings or more opportunities for open space or setbacks.
I'm not sure what the concerns are because the protections are in place, so I'm not hearing precisely what the concerns are. I was wondering if it's a miscommunication or misinformation on the part of the residents.
Yeah.
Because the VC2 isn't going anywhere, which is in their backyard. The protections are the same, whether they are MRT or MR. The only difference is that they have the opportunity to have a third unit, or some of those are deep lots, maybe they could, if they, I don't know what the homes are, if they wanted to preserve the home, they have all the MRT advantages.
Because MRT, there's not much height, so
No,
some homes are
same
taller.
scale as residential buildings, so I'm just really not sure what the concerns are. So I'm not gonna support this at the moment, but I think we need to move to a vote because we have a list.
I painted bunting back there too.
Okay.
I painted bunting.
Okay, all those in favor of eliminating the MR zone from the entirety of Court Street, I assume that includes the couple lots on Beach Street as well, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2, all those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Hey,
Okay, it's a 2 to 5 vote on that one. All right, I'll jump over to Newton Center. Because according to this, we have not picked this up before, though I'm not.
Well, do you want to do Wobbin?
yeah, do Wobbin.
Well, Newton Center, Zach, am I wrong? That looks like the Newton Center proposal is a new one.
I'm ready to comment.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna withdraw. I'll tell you which ones I'll withdraw.
You're gonna withdraw, yes, please.
Number 11, number 14, and number 15.
Tell us what they are.
No, just,
Oh,
number
oh,
11, no.
It's
Just,
late,
just
it's
do the
late.
number. We're,
14.
that's excellent, then we only have 3 more to go, so I'm going to Woburn.
No, you have 4
4
more.
more to go. Counselor Humphrey, are you with us?
No.
Excellent. Counselor Humphrey, the first one is you want to add 1535 Beacon Street as an MRT. Please go ahead.
Yes, this was a request by the resident there. The neighboring property across Montclair Road is MRT. This is next to those condo developments that were done instead of the proposed 40B at the former St. Philip Neri property. In fact, I don't know if we had thought about making the condo properties also MRT, not that they're going to be redeveloped because they were, a new build. But at any rate, this particular resident had requested that his property be added to MRT. So I'm passing that along for the committee's consideration.
Thank you. So that is just barely outside the quarter-mile mark. That's not the half-mile mark. That's the quarter-mile mark. Okay. Since the resident requested it, it's not a matter of renoticing it. All those in favor of adding this to the MRT, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Got that one. That's a 7-0.
And
the next
the
item
other
is-
two I know were, taken up as a single vote in a previous meeting. I was just floating that maybe they should be considered separately. The T property and the Newton Housing Authority property next to it. Again, the Newton Housing Authority property had been originally the lowest zoning in 1.0, then had gone to VC2 and 2.0, which I thought was an appropriate step up. And then the committee changed it to VC3, but they did so, I believe, if I remember correctly, in conjunction with the T property. Personally, I thought that the NHA property, that it was more appropriate to go to VC2 there and as part of our step down. So I'd suggest actually taking that one up first, probably. And then, I was passing along that there were various critiques, unsurprisingly raised, of the T lot, again, because it's not a major commercial corridor, even though, yes, it is next to the T station. And I would love to see that lot redeveloped. I think it's probably a more complicated project, as any T lots are.
So let's be clear, what is being proposed? Do you want to split?
He wants to split the vote.
Split the vote, and which one's first?
I was suggesting that one, the NHA one, first, go back to VC2, which was the compromise that was proposed in version 2.0, as it was originally an even lower zoning in 1.0. So I felt that we had made an appropriate choice for 2.0, and then the committee decided otherwise, but that was partly, I think, because they were lumping it together with the T lot.
Can we see the view?
There's nothing, nothing on the T lot.
No, the other two
It's a
lots.
3-story building adjacent to other 3-story buildings. Pretty sure.
I mean, is there a lot of reason to keep this at VC3? Anybody want to do it?
Probably I'm gonna guess that might be reasonable to keep the T lot as a VC3.
Yeah, that part I can understand,
But wouldn't we want the city to be able to redevelop
It's not the
these
city.
lots?
It's not the city.
It's not the city?
NHA is not the city.
I'm sorry, the housing authority to redevelop this.
I don't think they're gonna redevelop that.
Or
Okay.
possibility of.
I'll support VC2, just to move the process along.
All right, Counselor Danberg.
Quick question of planning, if Zach could pull this up. What is the T station itself in Newton Highlands?
No, this is Woburn.
Oh, this is one. Oh, okay, all right, I'll ask the question later.
Okay, we're in Woburn at the.
So again,
Woburn
the
stop.
original 1.0 proposal for the NHA property here that we're looking at was the equivalent of what's now MRT. So we did bump it up to VC2. And then it also got bumped up further to VC3, but I'm unclear on why.
So let's vote on VC2.
Okay, so the first proposal is to separate the lot where there's existing housing, like the existing housing on the next lot, it's an apartment building. Do we wanna, consider reducing it from VC3 to VC2? Which means we would be voting these two lots separately. Let me ask you a question. Is the T lot large enough to redevelop on its own? I've been there a million times, but it appears kind of shallow to me.
It's under 30,000 square feet, is that what you're saying?
It was more of a physical possibility, like
It's
is it,
23,000 square feet, and it's a good size
Okay.
You could
lot.
put something there.
okay. All right, then I will support I'll personally support the one that to go from VC3 to VC2.
Okay, let's.
For which lot?
All right, all those in favor
Councilor
of,
Ryan has her hand.
oh, I'm sorry?
Councilor Ryan.
Ryan, Counselor Ryan?
Yeah, I'm gonna support this to go back to VC2. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of reducing this particular lot, whatever the address is, where the housing is, from VC3 to VC2, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it carries 7-0.
I'm abstaining.
Oh, one abstention. So we have 6-0-1 abstention. And Counselor Humphrey, are you making a proposal for the T lot?
I was certainly, in my capacity as the ward councilor representing people in the ward had asked for that to be put back to VC2. I'm re-offering that to the committee. Again, my contention being that this is not one of the major commercial corridors, and there is a significant amount of MRT that's been added in Woburn. So, anyway, I don't want to belabor the point because I understand the arguments made by the committee previously, but I was just asking, the committee to consider that particular situation. The street pattern is very wonky with the way that Wyman Street bends around there and then reconnects up to Beacon Street and Woodward Street, et cetera. And I'm guessing that whatever happens on that lot is going to need to be a pretty complicated special permit project regardless. And so,
It does not need to be special permit, it's under 30,000 square feet.
No, I'm saying logistically, in terms of feasibility of actually
Yes.
doing something, it's probably going to need to be a special permit project.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
I'm not talking about okay, respectfully, I'm not talking about what's in the code. I'm saying in order to have a viable project that makes sense for that site, someone would probably propose something involving a special permit.
Why? There isn't a special permit option if we make it VC3. Isn't that correct? They would, unless they might
they go
propose to
for a rezone.
rezone it.
I think that's what he's
They would have to ask for a
suggesting.
rezone.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean, Counselor Humphrey?
I don't know, it's very late. I'd like to just deal with this.
Let's do something.
Okay,
Right?
Counselor Wright, do you have
So-
something to say?
Yes, I propose not to downzone it. This is Woburn. It only has 600 unit capacity. It's on the green line. I mean, this is
I'm with
on
you.
the green line, feet away. I don't think it should go down.
Okay, I think we know how we're voting. All those in favor of reducing this lot, the MBTA lot from VC3 to VC2, please say aye.
Aye.
That's one. All opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, that is a 1-2-6 vote. Okay, moving right along.
I have one item in, Newton Center, if I could do that.
Well, wait a minute, I haven't got through the list here.
Okay.
We didn't want to add to the list. Are you adding to the list?
Sorry.
At your peril, I'm going
Sorry.
home.
Okay.
This could be real quick.
Okay, wait a minute, so I'm going back up to Newton Highlands, I think. Oh, no, yes, I'm going back up to Newton Highlands. Hey,
So I'd like to, that's fine.
Yep.
I originally wanted everything VC3 to VC2. I would like to do Lincoln Street, change it to just Lincoln Street being to VC2. Again, it is like Newtonville, and it's a narrower street there. We also have an iconic building at the end, and you would like to have that stand out.
Okay. Counselor Danberg?
With all due respect to Councillor Wright, the three Ward 6 councillors spent a lot of time on Lincoln Street. We have come up with what we think is a good plan and are not recommending a change.
Okay, let's just take the vote.
Oh, okay.
So the other side is already, it's landmark, is the other side landmark?
No, it's
No,
not
there's no
landmark, and
landmark.
it's 3 stories, and they're very small lots.
Okay.
And would be really tough to do anything else on those sites, because they back right up to the T. And I've always wondered if, you know, I mean, it almost doesn't matter what it's zoned, because within what we have, because it's gonna be so difficult. But those are the 2 lots that are most likely to be developed to the maximum potential. This is the outline of the building below. It's really wide at this point. It's only 1 block that you're looking down, so it always seemed to me this is a reasonable potential outcome.
So are we gonna vote?
We can call the question.
Okay, all those in favor of eliminating VC 3 oh, I'm sorry, somebody wants to speak?
Councillor
Never
Bowman.
mind, the question's been called.
The question's been called, I'm so sorry, by your colleague from Ward 6, and we wanna go home. So,
I'm going home.
all those in favor of reducing from VC 3 to VC 2 on Lincoln Street, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 2, all opposed nay.
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 Okay, that's 5. Okay, and Counselor Wright, number 9, change the following many lots from VC 3 to VC 2.
Yep, so this is basically, following the Washington Street Vision Plan, which has the core at 4 stories and outside of it taller. And this, again, this is part of our comprehensive plan, which we're ignoring at this point. The other thing is that, with all this VC3 in West Newton, so West Newton's about, 2,400 units contributing to the 8330, and the density is over 90 units per acre. There's not a lot of parking now as it is, and I just have a lot of, and other residents too, concerns about all this development in West Newton.
Is this all of the VC 3 in West Newton?
No, it isn't.
Okay, maybe what you should do is, if we could go to the map, can you show us what isn't on your list?
Okay.
These
Dunstan
were
East.
already voted on.
I see that, these were already voted in the summer.
But we changed some of the other ones that we voted on too, like Newtonville and Waban and other places.
That's west.
While you're looking for the map, I'll make my comment about West Newton. It is unique among all of our villages in how extraordinarily wide the street is. And if any, in my mind, just in terms of urban architecture, if any of our streets can handle taller buildings, it's this section right here, which is actually nicely broken up by a number of historic buildings and buildings that are already filling their whole lots and so forth. But there really needs to be an edge to the street to help create a sense of place. So I actually really like that there's more opportunity here.
I didn't do
These are
that.
not included.
That's not included.
What else is not included?
That's right there on the south side there.
And then the other church.
No, the church is included.
You wanna downzone the
church?
No, I didn't, no.
Right, so I'm circling what you're not proposing to downzone.
Yes, so I'm not proposing to downzone the church, so you can take out that yellow.
The south side of Washington there?
Yeah, that part.
You are or you're not?
I'm not proposing to downzone that.
Okay. But the rest, yes.
Yeah.
Everything else?
The Washington Street Vision Plan had this at 4 stories. And actually more of it 4 stories that is
So
going.
the other area in yellow is what being proposed to change?
No, not changing.
Yellow's
change.
It was
gonna
easier to
stay
mark
red.
than not change.
All the other red is proposed to turn to VC2.
To blue.
No, yeah, let me
Just
just see,
leave
I
it.
have one more, I just wanna see if I didn't include.
Even the T lot is, actually, is the T lot?
No, the T lot I didn't, down,
Oh,
it's
it's way
over
down
there.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah, so circle that.
so not this one. Yep. Okay, there you go.
And I wanna check one more thing real
Of
quick.
course, the church, you don't, the Unitarian Church, don't you wanna take that out?
Which one is that?
No,
It's
so
the
the-
large square, see where Tony's
No,
is?
this is what we're.
No, the Unitarian Church, yeah, that's the Unitarian Church.
So I'm proposing for all that, the areas not circled north of the Pike to be VC2.
So you don't want, like every other church, we've had VC3s to give it opportunity to add.
Well, with adaptive reuse, they can, well, they don't have.
I know, they're not gonna do anything, so I'm wondering why we're downzoning it, that's my point.
That gray, where is the police station?
Yeah.
That's there, that's the
the
police
annex.
annex.
Okay, that's the annex.
There's the police station.
Oh, so, okay.
These are
And the place where, with that special permit we gave.
Right on the corner of Washington and
So
Highland.
that's already, what,
That's a
how many stories? is
5
that?
stories.
5 stories.
Oh, that
It's
doesn't make
8
any
minutes
sense.
of 11, Madam Chair.
Well, you take the
Okay.
Can we vote?
Can we call a question?
Okay.
8 minutes of 11.
Okay, we got 8 minutes to finish whatever else we wanna talk about tonight. Is this the plan? Is to downzone all of the lots that are in red that are not circled in yellow,
North of the Pike.
north
So,
of the
so
Pike.
take the church off there.
The church is circled as not being downzoned.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
The yellow means
Oh, yeah,
not downzoned.
you're right, you're right.
It's everything
Yes.
else.
Okay,
Yep.
but you do wanna downzone
Yep.
the Unitarian Church?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor, does everybody understand? Okay, all those in favor of downzoning all these red blocks to VC2, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
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 Okay. That was, how am I doing this? That's all of them, right?
Yep.
Newton Center.
I don't think I
Yeah.
had any.
Okay.
I
You
said
withdrew
I
that.
took it
You
out.
don't have any left.
Well,
that's it.
I have a
11,
question.
14, and 15
Yes.
are
Um,
removed, withdrawn.
We removed the Newton Highlands train station. Did we also remove the Newton Center train station? If not, I'd like to remove it.
Yeah, we removed those
It's
parts of
removed.
in Newton Center that were the skinny little parcels. We just kept the ones that were privately owned buildings.
Okay. Well, that is privately owned now.
Yeah, so the station building is included.
Okay. It included in what was left out.
No, it's still in VCOD.
Okay, I'd like to remove that because that's the best way that I see that we could make sure that it stays preserved as a train station.
But
It's
is
a
it,
landmark.
it's a
Yeah,
landmark.
It's not landmarked.
So
It's
landmark.
Why don't you landmark?
Landmark, it's a
landmark.
H.H. Richardson building.
I know,
Yes.
but I don't want to necessarily tie the hands of the private owner from doing a few things that he might wanna do, that he might not be able to do if it's landmarked. But if we just leave it the way it is now and don't put it into VCOD, then that, our Ward 6 had a conversation with Doug Cornelius, and that came as a recommendation from the Historic Commission.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
such a tiny little parcel, I can't imagine someone's going to develop that.
No, so,
How big is it?
so we should take it out of
It's-
VC3 anyway, cause it's never gonna be torn down to become a
That's right.
VC3.
Yeah, so I'd like to just remove that.
Okay, there's a proposal on the table, remove the H.H. Richardson train station from the VCOD. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Why can't we just downzone it?
You just
Because we don't want it
Because
to
it's
change to
5 minutes of
anything but
11.
what it is now. And this is the safest way to have that happen.
If you landmark it,
We don't want to
I don't
landmark
see
it.
why you wouldn't landmark it.
Well,
Look, we
but
just
that's,
voted.
okay,
Let's-
but
Okay.
we just
I don't want to
voted.
landmark
Okay,
it
I
right
didn't,
now.
so we have, what was the vote? That's what I wanna know.
It can always be landmarked.
1, 2,
I abstain.
3,
I
4.
abstain. It's a
Two
2,800, it's a 2,800
Okay,
square foot lot.
5 and 2 abstentions. Well, you can't put stories on top of it, that would completely destroy it.
Yeah.
You just can't.
We voted, let's go.
Okay, that's the end. Is that the end?
Good.
Folks,
We did it.
let me just say a couple words, because I get 4 minutes, but I don't need 4 minutes.
You can vote the whole thing.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I was gonna move forward in order to
No.
keep Councilor Kritzman alive.
I know Councilor Christopher isn't here, he doesn't get to vote on the final package. All right, let's take the vote first. So, we have before us 2 items, one of which we have to move hold on, which is the discussion item of MBTA communities.
I'll move hold on that.
Okay, all those in favor of hold on the MBTA communities discussion item, please say aye.
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 Okay, any abstentions? No. Now, after almost 3 years of deliberation and some excellent work by our staff and consultant and really long hours, all the life changes we went through, maternity leave, whatever. We're ready to vote this item forward to full council. Who would like to make a motion to approve?
I will move to approve.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Recommend that this be a roll call vote to comply with you.
I'm sorry?
Roll
We
call.
do a roll call vote here?
Yes.
You don't need one.
In committee.
You can register what the vote is.
Yeah, I don't think we need to.
No, not for committee meetings.
Yeah,
But you'll know who did which.
you'll have so, okay, let's take it again. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Was that an aye from you, Holly, too?
Yes.
Thank you. All those opposed?
Aye.
One opposed?
And I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, and 1 abstention. Okay, so Councilor Wright is opposed and Councilor Baker abstains. Okay,
And I should indicate, I think as an abstention, I should indicate my reasons. I have no misgivings about the whole package as we've done, as you noted, in a lot of iterations and improved. So I'm not ready to vote for it.
the whole package,
Yeah,
okay.
there are a lot of things that have been improved, in it, so I believe in that.
Okay. Folks, thank you so much. I know planning has a bunch of work to do.
Do we need a
Get ready.
motion to
Adjourn?
done?
I don't
Done.
Some people do that in committee, and we don't normally do that, right? We're done. We're done.
Good.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Thank you, Councilor Lee and Susan, everyone else. Have a good night.
I'll let Michelle know.
Okay.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Is this your cup, Bernie?
You've down the road, but you're before.